please all stand.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Inspector Barnes, Your Honour, is still giving his evidence. If Inspector Barnes could make his way forward to the witness box, please.
Are you...
I'm Mr. Cheney's partway through his examination.
Court 2 can hear us?
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you. Good morning. All right. Inspector Barnes, you're on your former oath. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honour.
So, do you still have volume? Well, I'm sorry. Do you still have your witness statements?
Yes, I do.
In the box, in the witness box with you. We were discussing yesterday your sketch SK or S001, which is at page 861 of the bundle.
Sorry, whereabouts in the bundle? I haven't got it. Same page numbers in my report.
Oh, well, it's an annexure to your report, sir.
What page was it?
It bears us another page number 291. I don't know if that helps. Is that your original pagination?
It's not. It's in volume 2, and it's just at the very end of the tab 6, and it follows page 860.
Thank you.
So do you have page 861?
Yes, I do. 861?
861?
Yep.
It's the sketch that you labelled S001.
That's correct, yes.
Recall we had a discussion about this yesterday, and at the very end of the day, Her Honour asked you some questions about it.
Yes.
And you explained, this is at transcript 145, line 34, that you had GPS coordinates of both the pole locations and the points that the photos were taken from. You conveyed those to the mapping experts at the RFS,
Yes.
and they plotted that on this sketch. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So we can be confident, because of the GPS coordinates, that the points nominated as where the photos were taken are accurate.
Yes, that's correct.
And Her Honour asked you yesterday if you could reconcile that sketch S001 with Detective Harris's annotated fire tracking map,
Yes.
which is at page 420 of the bundle.
Volume 1.
So just to be clear, what's depicted on that page 420, which is attachment 12 to Sergeant Harris's statement, the numbered boxes, the lettered boxes, as you understand it, indicate where he made observations.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
It doesn't purport to be where you took photographs, correct?
No, those are his notes.
Yes. And assuming then the accuracy of your GPS coordinates, and assuming the accuracy of the transposition of those GPS coordinates onto to your sketch SK or S001, we can be confident, can't we, that none of the photos that you took were taken north of pole B?
Just trying to familiarise myself with the If the easement runs north-east and they weren't taken sort of slightly to the north-east of pole B, yes.
Yes. And that is, I said, that proposition is consistent, is it not, with what's depicted on the next page, your sketch 2, as to the path that you took when making your way across to the easement?
That's correct, yes.
Because I think you said yesterday that the leftmost arrowhead on that sketch is roughly in the area of pole B.
The black line terminates at the easement in the vicinity of pole B, yes.
Yes. Right. You, in your statement annex, I'm sorry, in your second statement behind tab 7, which is at page 865 of the bundle, you annex a report titled Combustibility of Trees Report, which is seen at page 869.
Correct, yes.
Can you just clarify for us, is the content of that report your own work? Yes. Right. And you express the opinion on page 871 at the very bottom of the page that the tree photographed and described as tree 4 in the arborist report had already fallen prior to a fire starting.
That's correct, yes.
And you remain of that opinion?
Yes.
And so you might recall yesterday I asked you if you could clarify the distinction as you perceived it between your expertise and Detective Harris's in this context. And this is at transcript 139, line 5. Just to give you some context, you answered, my area of expertise is the identification of an area of origin and potential cause. Forensic investigators take the potential cause further to line up the sequence of events that caused a competent ignition.
Correct, yes, I said that.
And it follows, doesn't it, from that division of responsibilities that the conclusions that you draw as to area of origin and potential cause necessarily have to be regarded as preliminary, or at least subservient to the subsequent findings by those who take it further, as you described it.
That's correct. So we go to an area of origin and then they identify what caused it in minute detail.
And it's conceivable that in their search for a cause, those forensic investigators may find an area of origin that differs from that which your investigations
Quite
found.
possible, yes.
And in some respects they have an advantage over you because they're doing that further work after you've developed your theory or your opinion as to the area of origin. They're doing further investigative and forensic work. And in your answer yesterday, you said forensic investigators take the potential cause further to line up the sequence of events that caused a competent ignition.
Yes.
And the sequence of events can be derived or gleaned from eyewitness accounts, correct?
Possibly. I believe that forensics does the study of scientific analysis, whereas detectives do the statements and verbal evidence from witnesses.
But if one is attempting to piece together the sequence of events, relevant to that inquiry is what people saw and when, correct?
Yeah,
And relevant to that inquiry is what people photographed and when.
that's correct, yes.
Indeed, often a picture can tell 1,000 words. Photos are pretty helpful, aren't they, in these examinations?
That's right, they are, yes.
And so this is not intended in any way as a criticism, because you've explained the division of responsibilities, but in preparing all of the material that you've put before the court, you didn't have regard to witness statements because it wasn't part of your bailiwick, is that right?
That's correct.
And your task was confined solely to what you found on the ground and what you saw from the air?
That's correct, yes.
And if I ask you, sir, to look at what's been described as a zoomed-in photograph at page 160 in volume 1, I don't know if you've got volume 1 in the box there with you, sir. You see what's extracted there by Detective Alcanza is a photo taken by a local in Tathra, and superimposed onto it has been the position of poles A, B and C by the police.
Yes, I can see that.
And you see that it's timed at 12:33 p.m,
Yes.
which you would understand is about 13 minutes after the fire is believed to have commenced.
Yes, that's correct.
And we know at that time, don't we, that there was a howling nor'wester wind blowing things towards the town of Tathra from the easement at around 40 to 45 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, I think it was about that, yeah.
And if you, upon arriving at the scene, had the advantage of this photograph, your index of suspicion about where the area of origin might have tended towards something north of Pole B, northeast of Pole B.
I would have continued to analyse the indicators on the ground that I observed rather than have a confirmation or presumption bias.
A confirmation of presumption bias, is it?
Basically, I don't let images or anecdotal information influence my observations of a scene examination. I rely specifically on the indicators of fire directional spread to make observations.
So may we take it from that last answer that your approach is to concentrate on what you see by way of fire indicators at the scene,
Yes.
and not have your deliberations contaminated, if I can use that term, by other evidence?
That's correct.
Is that right? Because you regard it as for others to have regard to this other evidence?
Yes.
I see. All right. But does it follow, sir, from that last answer that even if you'd had the benefit of this photograph at the time you landed at the fireground, you wouldn't have crested the hill over to poles C and D to have a look around there?
Well, again, like I stated yesterday, we entered the run of fire and we followed what we believe to be indicators of fire directional spread back to a point.
I know that's what you've said you did, sir. I'm asking you what you would have done had you had the benefit in the hypothetical situation, if you'd had the benefit of this photograph.
I can't comment on what I would have done, may have done. Again, I try not to be influenced by external information until such time as I've done a complete scene examination.
So,
Sir, if we...
so if somebody said, we've got a photograph taken at the time the fire started, do I take it from that answer you'd say I don't want to look at it?
I'd prefer not to, because it might cloud or influence my observations or judgments.
Did attending the easement prior to entering the run have the same effect of interfering or affecting your judgments?
Well, I don't believe so, because there was a significant amount of burning everywhere in the area of the easement, so it was reasonable to expect that the fire may have started there. The intent was to follow indicators back to see if it took us back there.
Right, so what's the difference between looking at a photograph of an earlier time than attending at the easement at a later time prior to commencing your unbiased objective coming through on the run?
When I attended the easement, I wasn't actually looking for indicators of directional spread. We were just there to determine whether there was any physical evidence that may need to be protected for evidentiary value, should we be taken back to that point.
So yesterday when I asked you about the evidence you'd given in answer to Mr Castleton, to the effect that you didn't want your judgment clouded by extrinsic material, or at least by what might have been the case over the hill at poles C and D, you said effectively that you followed the standard methodology. Fire investigators will examine an area, identify a point to enter a run of fire, and follow the indicators of the directional spread down the advancing fire like serpentining across to a lateral, and so on.
Yep.
This is at transcript page 137, line 33. The standard methodology to which you referred, is it documented in any place?
Yes. It's documented in the RFS Basic Wildfire Investigation Training Manual.
And is that training manual the product of international contributions as well as local New South Wales RFS?
Yeah, it's a standard methodology applied internationally by all jurisdictions.
And is it the manual to which you refer, known as the Wildfire Origin and Cause Determination Handbook? Is that
That's possibly a version of it.
right? Can I ask you to look at this document, sir? No. Yeah. But we've got copies. You want to?
Thank you.
It's my hand. Oh, one for the judge. Show that to witness and one to her own. Thanks. Listen,
You,
So could I ask you to assume that this is an extract of a few pages from a much larger manual of over 100 pages? But do you recognise the front cover sheet as something that you'd have in the offices of the RFS?
I've seen that document. It's a United States document.
Right. But does it embody, as you understand it, what is the internationally recognised and adopted methodology?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And you see on the second page that among the international members identified as contributing to it is the New South Wales Rural Fire Service.
That's correct.
Did you have any involvement at all in contributing to the drafting of this?
No, this was prepared well before my time.
Right. But it continues to be a recognised and followed procedure
Yes.
manual within the RFS?
Not within the RFS. The material that we use is based on this document.
Right. And you see on the third page of the extract, there are bullet pointed a series of what's said to be common mistakes in investigations.
Yes.
And the fifth one down refers to not making two or more circuits around the perimeter of the origin.
Yes, that's correct.
And the seventh one down, not interviewing or identifying witnesses.
Yes.
And the seventh one down, failure to recognise and collect evidence and limiting the investigation to too small of an area.
Yes.
See that? Do you regard what you did as falling foul of any of those
No, I believe we
pieces
did.
of advice?
I believe we did two or more circuits around the perimeter within the aircraft to identify an area in which we would enter the run. It was established during our investigative meeting that police would do interviews and statements with witnesses as opposed to myself, because that's something that they're better trained at than me.
Right. But as to the making of two or more circuits around the perimeter of the origin, do you not understand this advice to be suggesting that take place at the ground?
Where possible, but we took the opportunity to do it from an aircraft to identify a run of fire that intersected with a navigable road to find a point at which we could enter the run of fire, and we concurred at the time that we'd met that parameter.
But one advantage, I take it, of doing that sort of work at the ground rather than relying upon doing circuits of the perimeter from the air is that you might find the can of petrol and the cigarette lighter that we talked about yesterday, for example.
Quite possibly.
You're not going to spot that from an aeroplane.
Again, dependent on where it is. If it was in the middle of the easement, we would have seen it.
But can I suggest that if one was to try to avoid what's described here as the common mistake in the 5th bullet point, it would be prudent, would it not, to perform a circuit around the perimeter of the origin on the ground?
Under some circumstances it is, yes. Under those circumstances we didn't consider it prudent because of the size of the fire. That, actually pertains to, in the practice that we entertain in New South Wales, to walking the entire perimeter of the whole fire. Which is,
Sorry, say that again.
we, that in New South Wales context is circuiting the entire fire as opposed to just an area we believe to be the origin. We hadn't identified origin at that stage. So the methodology we train investigators is to walk the outside of the fire twice, the full perimeter of the entire fire. In this situation, it wasn't physically possible to do. That's why we used an aircraft to do it.
I'm sorry, what was not physically possible to do was to walk the full perimeter of the fire because of the vast tracts of land that were
Yes,
caught by it. Is that what you mean?
yes.
But what this document recommends, I suggest, is not that one attempts to walk the entire perimeter of the fire ground, but rather that one attempts to walk the perimeter of the general origin area. Do you agree?
That's what this document says, yes. It's not the document with which I was trained.
Oh, I see. So that there's a difference, is there, between the training of the RFS personnel in New South Wales and what's recorded here?
This was this document was prepared many years ago, and through lessons learnt, we have improved the way we conduct our investigations and train our investigators, and adapted it to be more suitable for New South Wales than mainland America.
But the third page of the 5 pages I've handed you there, Sir, I think it's the third page. Yeah. I'm sorry, the 4th page gives the page titled General Origin Area Investigation Techniques. You see in its advice about walking the exterior perimeter, it makes it plain that what they're recommending is that one walks the perimeter of the general origin area of at least twice, once in a clockwise direction and once in a counterclockwise direction.
That's correct, yes.
That's prudent advice, is it not?
That's the advice prepared by this document, yes.
Had that been done here, in this case, that would have seen you walk in the area of poles C and D?
We would have walked the entire edge of the burnt area around the outside perimeter of the fire, yes.
Well, at least
The,
you would have walked that area in the vicinity of the easement, at least.
We would have walked along the road at the top, which is the top edge of the fire,
Yes.
around the outside of the hill of the fire, around the lateral fires, and we wouldn't have actually been in the middle until we identified a point at which to enter the run and then follow the indicators, which is what that exercise is about.
But you could achieve perfect conformity, could you not, with what's suggested on page 4 without walking the full perimeter of the fire ground all the way to the town of Tathra?
Where we would have walked, had we done it, we would have walked the exterior of the fire well outside of the easement and at a point that may have been trafficable. We chose to do that from an aircraft because of the nature of the topography and the forested areas. Also considering there were a significant number of trees still falling in that area at the time. It wasn't considered to be that safe.
And as you understand, one of the considerations that informs that advice, that is the advice on the document, on what's labelled page 43 of this extract,
Yep.
is to allow you to assess in context the indicators that you've found as part of your original examination. That is, the indicators that you've earlier given evidence about that you found can be understood in the broader context of a wider area, can they not?
The intent of that exterior perimeter is to identify a run of fire, so an area of advancing fire, and enter the burn scar in that area of advancing fire as opposed to from the side. So that was achieved by flying around it and identifying the area at the stockyards where we identified a run of fire that we could access on the ground safely.
One of the things that this document on page 43 recommends is that when one does walk the perimeter of the general origin area at least twice, etc., one examines and marks directional burn pattern indicators at that perimeter and puts coloured flags.
Yes.
Now, in your work, there were no coloured flags placed at the perimeter,
No.
were there? Correct?
No.
You agree with me? Or?
Yes, I agree.
Just two more matters, Your Honour, I'll be quick. Mr Barnes, you made it... Yeah, sorry, you referred on page 700 of the bundle, behind tab 6, at paragraph 22 of your statement. To travelling to 65 Emma Road.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you help us with where 65 Emma Road is on the relative to the easement? Does it give you a line of sight up the guts of the easement, or?
From part of the driveway into Emma Road, yes.
And do you have a? Did you measure, or do you have a feel for how far it was from 65 Emma Road across to pole A in the easement?
No, I don't have the tools to measure a distance that large.
But did it feel to you like it was at least 6 or 7 football fields in length across that gully?
From memory, it was a fair distance. It could quite well have been that far.
And did you, do you recall whether you were able to see anything of significance from from that vantage point?
I'll just refer to my notes if you wouldn't mind. From memory, I believe there may have been another line down, or part of the power line infrastructure had broken somewhere in between Pole A and Emma Road.
Oh, I see. But were you able to see anything of significance in the easement itself? I'm sorry, but from Pole A and north of it, up the hill?
Not anything that, from that distance, that's a long way to
You'd need,
observe with the naked eye.
yes, with the naked, you'd need binoculars, would you not? To
Probably, yes.
get a decent shot of it?
Yep.
All right. And just one other thing by way of clarification, sir. In paragraph 35 on page 702, you use this phrase power line track, which I don't think you use anywhere else, but can you help us with what you meant by the power line track?
I'm referring to the vehicular track up the easement.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sheeny. Mr. Goodman,
No questions, Your Honour.
Ms. Johnston,
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr. Baroni,
No, Your Honour.
thank you. Mr. Smythe, do you have any questions?
Your Honour, I don't have any questions, but I wonder if Mr. Cheney is proposing to tender this or mark it for identification.
Yes, I'm sorry. that was-
Of course, yes.
You'll tender it?
If that could be tendered, Your Honour, does Your Honour have a copy of that document?
I do.
Is there a spare copy that could be marked?
Right. You want to mark it or tender it?
I'll tender it. It's identified as Wildfire Origin and Cause Determination Handbook dated May 2005, National Wildlife Coordinating Group. If that could be tendered up to exhibit number 3, Your Honour.
Thank you. They're extracts.
Yeah.
Mr. Newton,
Yes, Your Honour, thank you. Inspector Barnes, you recall you were asked some photographs about your sketch. which is at page 861 of the brief, and it's photo location sketch S001.
Yes,
Have you got a copy of that page open before you?
yes, I have.
You'll see there that there are handwritten notations which start with D and then a number after them.
Yes.
You see that? And they were, your evidence yesterday was that that's standard for digital image 19, for example, and that was the 19th photo that was taken. Is
Yes.
that right? Then if you go to where it says commencement of flagging photos and there's a dot,
Yes,
that was that an area where there was a GPS given to the mapping people and they marked that map?
yes, there was.
Now, in answer to some questions from Mr. Cheney this morning, there was a suggestion that you had GPS locations for the photographs.
Yes,
Now, where it says, it's right, isn't it, that the GPS locations of the photographs for D29 to D129 are not marked on this map? Would you agree with that?
that's correct, yes.
What is shown is that there's an arrow pointing towards pole B and an arrow pointing towards the dot, which is commencement of flagging photos. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And is it right that if one drew a straight line between those 2 points, pole B and the commencement of the flagging photos, did that straight line form a midpoint of where your serpentine pattern
Yes,
of walking was taking place?
yes, it did.
So is it right then that to the north of that straight line, the serpentine on its northerly extension would take you to the north of the straight line between pole B and the commencement of the flagging photos?
Yes, it would.
And then on its southerly extension, it would take you south?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that some of the photos of from D29 to D129 are north of that straight line, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And some of them are to the south. And just so we understand your process, that when you were walking along the, from north to south and seeing indicators, if you saw an indicator of an advancing fire, which with agreement with Detective Harris, you both agreed that it was an advancing indicator, is that at that point, is that where you would put a red flag next to an indicator and take a photograph?
Yes, that's correct. We put the red flag in until we had a line across the entire run. Then we'd establish where the flags were and then take a photo of each of the indicators and describe them.
And at the end of that line of red indicators, if one came to a yellow indicator, that was where you met the first indicators of lateral fire spread, is that right?
That's yes.
If you go then to photograph D41 in your report, which is at page 766 of the electronic brief, of the brief.
Yeah, I've got it.
Is that an example of a line of the red flags, generally on a north-south axis? Would you agree with that?
I could, yes.
Well, you mention in the description of that photograph, you say that visible in the centre of the image is a power pole C within the easement, illustrating that tracking of indicators is still leading to an area of origin downslope of this point. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
So what photograph is that, Mr. Newton?
It's photograph D41, Your Honour, and it is at page 766.
49, thank you.
So, just so we understand the photo, the red flag in the foreground of the photograph, that is at this. I'll draw that. You recall I asked you some questions about the line between pole B and where you took the commencement of the photograph,
Yes.
and that the serpentine pattern was taking you north of that line and then south of that line. When looking at this photograph, are we looking generally in a northerly direction? Is that?
It's a bit hard to tell from the image. Possibly a northwesterly direction.
But it's in a direction facing towards the easement?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you can see pole C in that photograph. Where in the photograph is pole C? Are you able to say now?
In the centre of the image. It's a bit hard to make out. It, I think, is one of the only unburnt upright structures in the photo.
Do we have a copy that we can have marked?
Yeah. I'll provide that. Page 766, photo 41. Whilst that's being brought up, if it assists, in the middle of the photograph, the second red flag is on a burnt tree.
Yes.
If one tracks slightly to the right of that, one comes to a light green coloured circular hole.
I see.
Does that
Can you
assist?
point that out where that pole is? I think I can see it better from this distance than I can from the photograph. Yes, that's right. Thank you.
We'll have that marked when I have a copy.
Yes.
Took me about 5 minutes the other day to find it. Some blends in.
And then,
If Your Honour's court officer has a highlighter, or if I could provide a highlighter, it might
I've
be
got a
easy.
highlighter here.
Okay.
Pink or yellow? Just in terms of it being copied. If it's yellow, it won't copy.
Your Honour's correct.
Can you please mark the entirety of the power pole that you can identify?
Certainly. Do you want me to draw an arrow?
Do you wanna,
No, I think just if you can basically colour in the power pole that you say you can, that's there.
Not going to show up very well.
And if Inspector Barnes could mark that same document with the letter C and an arrow pointing to the pink coloured in section.
You've got 2 lines?
I've just filled in between the two trees.
Do I target Inspector Barnes that the pole sits between the 2 uncoloured sections?
We have a look at that.
Yes. There.
I wonder if photograph 42 could be brought up as well.
That actually shows it more clearly, Your Honour.
A bit clearer in that one.
Does that make a clearer image of it?
Yes, it does, Your Honour.
Just try and be a little bit more refined with the pen.
Certainly.
Go back to when you were 8, when you were good at colouring in. No, you got pink marker, please. And could you just date and sign it, thanks? And you do what you did with the black marker, identifying it as pole C.
There's your-
Thank you. Can you show that to council? Thanks.
Show the others, please, Paul. You might want to show courtroom too.
We'll get these to you in court too as well. Just show council and then go to
I'll
court.
tender that in due course, Your Honour, and that will become Exhibit 3.
Thank you. 4.
Sorry, 4.
Yeah.
What page is that?
Thank you. Do you want to tender those now?
Tender that now, Your Honour.
All right, those two photographs are marked by Inspector Barnes for Exhibit 4. Can I get copies to
Right,
put
please.
back in my brief as well? Thanks. Thanks. Yes, Mr Newton.
Inspector Barnes, if you go to page 717 of the brief, which is page 6 of 14 of your fire investigation report, wildfire.
Yes.
This is the list of the digital photographs that you took and the descriptions of what is shown in the photographs. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And the descriptions match the descriptions which are underneath the photographs later in the report. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And if you look at there's a column direction facing on the right-hand side. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
So where I asked you what direction photograph 41 was taken from, can we take it then from the NW that's you were facing in a northwesterly direction?
Correct, yes.
And similarly with photograph 42, can we take it that you were facing in a northerly direction?
Yes.
And in just dealing with 42, photograph 42, can you just go back to that? Which is at page 767 of the coronial brief.
Yes, I've got it.
Paul, I need a copy, please.
Okay, so there's the line of red flags. Can we take it that you walked beyond the flag, the furthest most flag, until you reached where the fire changed from an advancing fire to a laterally spreading fire?
Yes, I did.
And was that at some point close to the easement, is that right?
No, that was at the end of the runaway, furthest away from the easement.
Well, if you look at you've marked the pole,
Yes.
which is towards the rear of the photograph.
Yes.
And can you see there's a termite mound that is visible to the right-hand side of the pole?
Yes.
And so that pole's in the easement, isn't it not? And
It's on the edge of the easement, I believe.
the pole.
Oh, the
pole.
Sorry, yeah.
So what I'm putting to you is you walked beyond the red flag at the back of this, towards the back of the photograph, the third red flag.
Yes.
At some point beyond that flag, you reached the point where the indicators changed from an advancing fire to one which was a laterally spreading fire.
Yes, I did.
And so can we take it that point was somewhere between the third flag, the one towards the rear of the photograph, and the easement?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked some questions by Mr. Cheney about walking the perimeter of the origin of the fire. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And the way that, as I understand your evidence, what you saw to be equivalent to that was the helicopter flight that you did over the fire ground. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And in particular, when you got to the area of the easement, you flew over that area, generally in a circle around that area, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And you took some photographs of what you saw, and that's contained within your report, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it's through that process that you identified the run of fire that led you to enter the fire ground near the stockyards, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, when you were in the air, other than the run of fire which led you to enter the fire ground at the stockyard, did you see any other run of fire?
Not that I'm aware of, can recall, no.
Or had you seen another run of fire, would that have been something that would have caused you to investigate that run of fire?
If at that stage we'd identified multiple runs, we would have done multiple scene examinations.
And just in terms of, could the witness be shown Exhibit 3? Could you go then to the third page of Exhibit 3, Inspector Barnes, and which has got the page number 5 at the bottom of it?
Yes, I've got it.
In terms of the common mistakes in wildfire investigations, you'll see there's a bullet point about just past halfway down saying looking for the cause and not following indicators to the origin. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you gave some evidence about you didn't want your judgment clouded by photographs and that type of thing, whereas you'd rather let the indicators take you to what was potentially what the indicators showed to be the origin of the fire. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, I do.
Is that an example of trying to avoid that mistake, namely
Yes,
looking for the cause and not following the indicators to the origin?
That's correct, yes.
And then you'll see the second last bullet point where it says not entering the burn from the advancing area of the fire. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
So when you went to the stockyard which was in an area that you'd identified as an advancing area of the run, was that your attempt to avoid that error? Is that right?
Correct, yes.
I have no further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Newton. Mr. Castledean?
Inspector Barnes, do you have volume 2 open before you?
Yes, I do.
Could I ask you please to turn towards the back of that volume to page 857? As you see there are a map or two maps identified as M001.
Yes, I do.
Does that set out the path of travel that the helicopter in which you and Detective Harris were in when you undertook that aerial examination?
Yes, it does.
And that path was mapped by GPS coordinates?
That's correct.
Thank you. Then you're asked some questions in relation to your second statement, which commences at page 865, which related to, in effect, an opinion you expressed in relation to tree number 4.
That's correct, yes.
As part of your involvement in relation to the origin and potential cause of this fire, did you undertake an inspection of tree 4?
No, I didn't.
Did you take any photographs of tree 4?
No, I didn't.
Now, are you sure about that?
I can't recall having done so, no.
It may be, Inspector Barnes, you'll need to be provided with volume number 3. Anders, can you help me with this? Volume 3 of the photographs? Unfortunately, well, firstly, Inspector Barnes, volume 3, are they photographs that you yourself took or not? There's a large bundle of photographs taken of the fire ground. It's volume 3, tab 9.
Yes, I'm looking at those.
Page number?
They're not paginated, to which I apologise.
Some of those images were taken by my assistant, Inspector Palmer, who was assisting police while I was doing other jobs.
All right. I'm instructed that tab 10, which is the next tab, were photographs taken by Inspector Chris Palmer. Now, towards the back of tab 9, about a dozen pages back into the bundle, there appears to be a photograph of tree 4.
Yes, that appears so, yes.
And that there's one that shows an area of protection.
Yes.
Is that with a marker on it?
There's a marker 6 on one of the trees. In that bundle towards the back.
Yes.
I'll endeavour to extract the relevant photographs, Your Honour, and have that identified. I'm handing to Inspector Barnes a series of photographs which the first one commences with a tape measure, if that assists those at the bar table. Whilst that's making its way to you, Inspector Barnes, have you located that photograph with
I
you?
have, yes.
And having now viewed those photographs, does that bring back any recollection of you yourself attending that area in and around where tree 4 was located and taking photographs?
No, I believe those photos were taken by Inspector Palmer using my camera while I was off doing other duties.
Right.
He was assisting police at that stage.
So your firm recollection today is that you did not go up into that area around pole C and D where tree 4 had fallen?
Not while this was occurring, no. I was in an aircraft observing other fires that occurred in the Burger Valley at the same time.
And consistent with your evidence you gave yesterday, you did not therefore undertake any examination of any micro indicators in and around pole C or D?
No.
Thank you. If those documents, Your Honour, could be tendered, so it's clear on the record to what we've been discussing, and that's Exhibit 5.
It's further in.
Oh, yeah.
No.
All right, the 15 photographs extracted from volume, which also form part of volume 3, tab 9, being various photographs taken by Inspector Palmer. Exhibit 5, I note that the photograph sequence commences with a tape measure of what is known as tree 4, includes the images containing markers at 6 and 7, and concludes with a photograph of a fallen tree on a slope.
Please, the Court. Inspector Barnes, there are some questions about Exhibit 3, which was the extract from the Wildfire Origin and Cause Determination Handbook, and you gave evidence that some of that material has been superseded in respect of the training manuals that the RFS presently have.
That's correct, yes.
Do you know whether, as at 2018, in particular March 2018, the training manual then current within the RFS in terms of fireground examinations and inspections had at that point in time slightly altered from the position that was documented in Exhibit 3?
From memory, there'd been some amendments to the manual to be more specific to Australian conditions as opposed to species of trees and the like that exist in America.
Would you have access to that particular document to which you've referred in your evidence in the office?
I have that in my office, yes.
Would you be able to make that available? Could I ask that you provide a copy of that to your solicitors?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can arrange for a copy of that document to be provided from head office direct to the solicitors through RFS Legal. It's the same manual across the state.
Thank you. And what I want is the version current as at March 2018. Thank you. And finally, Inspector Barnes, if I could take you back into your statement at page 701, and in particular paragraph 29, page 701, paragraph 29.
Yes, I'm there.
You see there in paragraph 29 you cite a grid reference.
Yes, I do.
And then if I could ask you whilst you're there to turn the page to paragraph 32, and you cite a further grid reference.
Yes.
If we then go to S001, which was the topographical map which had some...
Page 861.
Thank you. Are we able to identify on that map where those particular grid references are?
Yes, the first grid reference I've mentioned in my statement is marked as entry to general area of origin. The second grid reference is marked as commencement of flagging photos.
Thank you, Inspector. That's a re-examination, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thanks, Inspector. Your evidence is now concluded. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarity, Exhibit 5 is the last 15 photographs in Volume 3, Tab 9.
Your Honour, if it's convenient to Your Honour, could we have a short adjournment just to set up the AVL system?
Who's the next witness?
Allison Christenson, I apprehend.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for 5 to 10 minutes, whatever it takes to organise that. Thank you.
And is this where
Silence, please, all stand.
Thank you.
Your Honour, I call Allison Christenson.
Thank you.
Allison, I'm going to swear you in to tell the truth. Do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Mr. Mikulvik.
Ms Christensen, my name's Mikulvik. I'm counsel assisting the coroner with this case. I'm going to ask you a few questions in relation to the events of the 18th of March 2018. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Excellent.
Can you see him or should he sit down?
I can't see who I'm talking to. I'm not sure which one.
Well, I'm standing up. If you can see someone standing up and talking and waving his arms around a little bit.
No, can't see you.
All right.
Right.
Can you wave your arms? Can you see the man waving his arm?
No.
Isn't this us?
Maybe you can see.
Okay. What about now? Can you see anybody standing?
Yes. Yes.
I raise my hand. Can you see me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I'm the person talking right now.
Okay.
Excellent. Now, Ms Christensen, you made a statement to police on the 21st of March 2020. Does that sound about right?
2018, actually.
2018, I'm sorry, it sounds wrong. Now, as at that time, you lived at 44 Grandview Road, Blackrange, is that right?
Yes.
And you had lived there with your husband and children since about 2015.
Yes.
Now, can you tell me a little bit about the topography of Grandview Road? Is it on a hill?
We're on the top of a hill overlooking Bega and out towards the northeast, towards Tathra.
Okay, so what's the view of the surrounding land like? Are there any obstructions? Is it clear?
Clear. Yep. Clear out to the ocean. Yep.
Now, taking you back to the morning of the 18th of March 2018, you were out that morning?
Yes.
What time did you arrive home?
I got home, say, 12:30. Yeah.
Did you notice anything particular when you got home?
Oh, yes. No, I saw some smoke coming from over at Reedy Swamp.
Right.
Yeah.
Where were you standing at the time you saw that smoke?
I was standing just behind my house, which overlooks and sees clearly Reedy Swamp and out towards Tafra.
How did you know that it was Reedy Swamp?
I grew up out there, so I know that area well.
So did you used to live on Reedy Swamp Road?
That's right.
Where did you see the smoke from relative to the position of Reedy Swamp Road?
It was coming from the power line easement over at Reedy Swamp.
Could you describe that easement for us?
A cleared area where the power lines run through, up along Reedy Swamp Road.
And you were familiar with that easement?
Yes, yep.
Why were you familiar with the easement?
I used to run up and down that hill, so I know the area well.
Right. Okay, so you saw smoke in the easement. Did you see any flames or just smoke?
No, it was just smoke at that point. Yep, smoke.
Are you able to estimate sort of how far away from the easement you might have been as the crow flies?
Ooh. As the crow flies. I'm going to say it wouldn't be any more than 10 kilometres.
Okay. And looking towards the easement, where in the easement were you seeing the smoke?
Oh. Well, when you say where, I would have estimated it being between the Bega River and where the Reedy Swamp Road actually goes through.
Right, but in the context of the easement itself, you said you saw smoke in the easement.
Well, within that easement, cleared easement line.
How far up the easement was the smoke?
Oh. I would say it isn't as, wouldn't have, not, do you want distance wise? Like in kilometres, I couldn't tell you, but to me it looked like it was in between where Reedy Swamp Road goes up and the Bega River. I'd be guessing to say exactly in metres or kilometres.
Well, if we're referring to the easement itself, and you assume that the easement might be several hundred metres long, are you able to position it somewhere in that several hundred metres?
I'm just going to look at my photo there.
Okay, well, I'll take you to your photo in due course. If you can't remember without looking at your photograph, that's fine. Just say so.
I couldn't tell you a distance within that easement.
Okay. Now, did you make any observations as to the direction the smoke was travelling in?
The smoke was flowing to the right of the easement, so south-east.
Right, so towards the town of Tarthra or away from it?
Yes, towards.
What did you do after you saw the smoke?
I rang 000 to report it to them.
Right. Are you able to say what time that was?
I would say that's 12:30. Then 12:30. Yep.
Okay. And what did you do after you'd phoned 000?
Ran down to the front of the house and took a photo.
Okay. What did you take the photo with?
My phone, mobile phone.
What type of phone do you have?
Then.
Gee, I'm trying to think if it was a Samsung Galaxy or an iPhone, because I have got an iPhone now.
So you're one of these people that traverses between the two. That's reasonably rare. But the question I suppose I'm getting at is, was it a reasonably new model phone?
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Now, if you could, if I could get the witness to be shown the photograph at page 1937 of the brief.
All right. Is somebody there in the room with you?
This is in volume 5 for... Can you still hear me, Ms. Christenson?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Can you see something on the screen at the moment?
Yes, I can see my photo.
Is that the first photograph you saw, you took rather?
Yeah, yes.
So,
I have got my notes here, and it's in line of the sequence of my photos. Am I able to look at that? And I can.
well, I'd prefer you look at the brief. If you've got your statement there, I'm quite happy if you look at that.
Yeah, I've got my statement here. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, why don't you open your statement and turn to that page?
Yes, that is the first photo.
Okay. And what time was that?
That was 12:33.
And then, did you take any further photos?
Yes, I took one at 12:42. And
Did you make any observations about what had happened to the fire at that time?
oh, look at it. Definitely, it was rapidly moving.
Rapidly moving how?
Was heading towards the to the east.
Could you see any flames at that time, or were you just seeing smoke still?
Just seeing smoke.
And then, did you take a further photograph at 12:56?
That's right. Yep.
Is that the photograph on page, well, it's 1941. I think it's 2 pages over on your brief, because there's a page in the middle of the 2 photographs. Is that a page showing the EXIF information, or the information about the file taken from your camera? Or your
Yes,
phone?
that's right.
And then there is a further photo 2 pages over.
Yes,
Is that a photo taken at 1:21 p.m?
correct.
Now, when you were taking these photos, did you see any smoke to the left of the power line easement, looking from your house?
Well, actually, that last one does show smoke slightly to the left. Yes.
Slightly to the left in that photograph. Are you talking about in the easement itself?
That's correct.
Right. But you didn't, for example, see smoke further away than that from the easement?
No.
Was there a separate plume of smoke, for example, somewhere?
A separate plume of smoke. It's certainly, the bulk of it's to the right, and there was a little bit to the left there.
Okay. If I could take you back to the photo you took at 33, which shows a much greater distance to the left, or to the west-ish, southwest perhaps. Do you see any additional plumes of smoke in that photograph?
Not to the left then, no.
No. Now, later on in the day, you saw a separate fire, did you?
Yes,
Where did you see that?
that was down on Kerrison's Lane.
Where is Kerrison's Lane relative to the Reedy Swamp easement?
Oh, it's a fair distance away. The Kerrison's Lane is just near my house. Like, as the crow flies, probably a couple of kilometres, 2 kilometres.
Right. So it's not particularly close to the easement?
No, not at all, no.
Did you see any other plumes of smoke during the course of the afternoon?
No, that was the two blooms of smoke.
So that second plume of smoke, I take it was on your side of the river?
Correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honour.
I think you said that the photograph that she first took showed a plume of smoke on the western side. I think it's the eastern side.
Oh, I should have said eastern side, Your Honour.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Sheeny.
No questions, Your Honour.
All right. Does anybody have any questions of this witness? Court 2?
No, Your Honour.
No, Your Honour.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Your Honour.
Yes, Mr.
Could I
Smythe.
ask a clarifying
Yes.
question, Ms. Christenson? Could I ask you, please, to have a look behind the tab of the photo you took at 1:21?
Yes.
If you have your finger perhaps keeping place there, and then if you look back to the photo you took at 12:33, I noticed that in the photo you took at 12:33, you've got a bit of a retaining wall and then a bit of a fence in the photograph.
Oh, yes, yes.
But then in contrast, in the photo you took at 1:21, that fence isn't shown and we've got a bit of a broader, more open perspective in that photograph. Can I ask you this, did you take the 1:21 photograph from about the same place on your property as you took the 12:33 photograph?
Yes, yes.
And am I right to think that the 1:21 photograph was taken in landscape mode on your phone rather than portrait mode?
Oh, I couldn't tell you I just assumed I'd zoomed in more. I don't know what mode, to be honest.
Sorry, I might have been a bit unclear about that. Had you flipped your phone so that it was lengthwise rather than tall-wise when you took the later photo, perhaps?
I couldn't answer that.
Yep, thank you.
I don't know.
No, that's absolutely fine, but can I just clarify for Her Honour, you took all these photographs from approximately the same place on your property, did you?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you very much for your attendance. No further questions, Your Honour.
You have anything, Mr. Casson? Oh, sorry, Mr. You have any further questions?
Your Honour, I call Wayne
No,
Ubrahan.
Ms. Christenson.
Thank you.
Ms. Christenson, I've got no further questions for Ms.
Thank you, Ms. Christenson, for
Thank you.
your photographs and your evidence and time. You're now excused.
Thank you.
Yes.
I call Wayne Ubrahan, Your Honour. Or Ubrahan, isn't it?
Just asked him to state his name.
I think he said Ubrahan.
Volume 1 and 5.
Your Honour, I'm instructed that we may need a very small adjournment.
Okay.
If we might have that
Why don't we
indulged.
take morning tea then? And we'll,
Thank you, Your Honour.
Alice, please all stand. Join us for temporary adjournment.
Isn't he ready? Hold on.
in and around the Tathra region.
It's back again. It's your magic words.
Thank you, Your Honour. So perhaps if we just go back a second, the fire, you were saying you can't recall whether it had reached all the way down to the pole?
No, I can't.
That being the closest pole.
Yes,
Could you
the closest one up the hill. There was another pole that's not in that photo that's sort of below the track
yes,
where I drove in.
we'll get to that pole in due course, Mr Ubron.
Yeah.
Are you able to indicate whether the fire had travelled or whether the fire was up at the next pole along from the pole that we can see in this photograph?
I'd say it probably was. It was a fair way up the hill, yes.
Could you see the fire at that location?
I could definitely see the fire. It was raging up the hill.
When you say up the hill, do you mean up the power line easements directly
Yes.
up this photograph? So if we say that the easement runs sort of northeast, or perhaps easier for the purposes of this example, if we say that this is running straight directly north, which it's not.
No, it's not running north.
No, it's running northeast.
That direction up the power line would be east. East,
Well,
more or less.
if you take it
Straight
from
up,
me, Mr.
straight up the power line easement, the direction of that would be more easterly than northerly.
Okay, well, if we assume for the purposes of this exercise that it's running roughly northeasterly, if you take that from me, how far had the fire run in that northeasterly direction up the easement?
I would say approximately a couple hundred metres at least, maybe more.
So does that mean, I withdraw that, Your Honour. Could you see any unburnt area above the first power pole that you see there?
Probably not really. No, most of it was on fire or still burning.
And what about to the right-hand side?
Yes, it had definitely taken into the bush up the right-hand side
And you
at
said
that stage.
you said before you used the figure 100 metres. Are you indicating that there was a fire front of 100 metres?
Roughly, yes.
In the bush?
Yes.
Was that fire front running parallel or perpendicular to the easement?
I was, as you look at the photo, I was running a bit to the right, up into the bush to the right of the easement.
You see the foreground on the eastern side of the photograph, Mr. O'Brien? Was any of that alight?
Where the fence around the yard is, you mean?
No, to the right of the easement there. At the foreground with those blackened trees. At the time that you were there, was any of that bush alight?
Yes. To the right of where I marked the C was alight, yes.
No, but the foreground, the big trees.
No, there was none. Below the pole, I don't recall that there was anything alight, no.
Right, thank you.
What about smouldering?
Yeah. Did you see any smoke or smouldering in that area below the pole?
Well, there's plenty of smoke and smouldering, but I'm not 100% sure whether it was below that pole or not at the time.
Right. Did you see smoke or smouldering below the anthill?
Well, that's what I'm saying, where the fire approximately started was somewhere around the anthill, but yeah, the whole side of that hill was pretty much on fire, so there was definitely smoke and smouldering there.
Now, if we look at the left-hand side of the easement, did you see any smoke, smouldering or flames there?
No, only a trickle of fire in the grass under the easement.
When you say under, do you mean to the left of the easement?
Yes, it was just starting to like trickle back down the hill to the left.
And how far from the power poles has it gone?
Oh, it's hard to say, but it was still probably on the easement, so maybe 10 metres or something.
So is your evidence that at the time that you had gone to the 580 house and parked your utility, that when you looked up and saw those power poles, there was grass on fire to the left-hand side by about 10 metres?
Yes, that's correct.
And the beginning of that grass fire, can you position that in relation to the first pole that you see in photograph 1?
The beginning of, as to where I thought the fire was down to, you mean?
Yeah. Don't worry about where you think it started. We're just wanting to see what your visual image recollection is at the time you're standing there.
Well, yeah, my visual image was that the grass was on fire in the power line easement. I can't really express it any more than that.
I know, in terms of that first pole that you see in photograph 1,
Yes.
how far in relation to that pole did the flames trickle to?
Well, I thought I just said that it was approximately 10 metres, but that's about as close a recollection as I could give.
Now, Mr. O'Brien, did you make any observations of the power poles at that point?
The power pole, I did of the power pole, it's not in the picture, but the power poles that were up the hill were, yeah, just like they are in the picture as far as I can tell.
Did you, so did you observe whether the lines were up or not?
The lines were definitely still up above where I was parked,
Yes.
but I'm not 100% sure where I've marked the C, but I'm pretty sure they were still up.
So when you say the lines above where you were parked, do you mean the lines between the power pole below where you were parked?
Yes.
And the first of those power poles there?
They are definitely still up.
Did you see any trees on the ground in the easement?
I didn't at that time, no.
Did you see any trees leaning against the power poles?
Not that I can recall, no.
Or any trees in the power lines?
No, I didn't see any trees in the power line at that stage.
Now, having made those observations, Mr. O'Brien, I should withdraw that, Your Honour. Did you see any area of fire at that time that appeared to have been separated from the main fire?
No, I didn't.
So there was no fire further down, for example, separated by
No, there wasn't, no.
unburnt grass?
No.
Having made those observations, can you say what you did then?
Just before you move on about what he did, Mr. O'Brien, was there very much smoke in the easement?
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of smoke being generated from the fire as the fire was getting rather large.
Was your observation of the power poles and lines impeded by the amount of smoke that was in the easement?
Oh, I don't think so.
So is your evidence that you could see how many power poles up the easement? Could you see?
Yes, I could see those two poles.
You could see those two poles without any impediment of smoke?
Well, yes, the smoke was blowing further to the right of those poles.
When you saw the second pole that we see in this photograph, were you able to see the lines? from the second pole in that photograph beyond?
Well, I don't recall whether I could see them or not, really. I couldn't say with any certainty that I really took any notice of them.
Right, thank you.
Just before I move on, a couple of things, Mr. O'Brien. The first relates to the wind. Did you make any observations as to the wind condition at the time?
It was really blowing very strong, and the pole that was the closest to my car that's not in that picture was shaking. The power lines were swaying a fair bit side to side straight over the top of their driveway. I noticed that, but I couldn't say what they were doing further up the hill, but in the approximation of where I parked my car, they were shaking and swaying a lot because it was blowing very hard.
Was it blowing in a particular direction?
Yes, it was a sort of west-northwest wind, I would say.
So in a general sense to the right of the easement, is that right in that photograph?
Well, it was blowing straight up that easement. It was sort of coming over where I marked the B, if you looked at that B and took it in a line toward the sea, it was blowing in that direction somewhere straight up there.
Was it blowing in a constant direction, or was it?
Oh, fairly constant. Yeah, it was a very strong wind.
So you're suggesting that the wind was more or less behind you?
Yes.
And when it came to look at the fire, did you make any observations as to the height of the flames that you saw?
Oh, it was on the right-hand side of the easement. It was getting well up into the trees, and it was well out of control, I would call it.
What about in the easement itself?
Well, they weren't as high there because the easement's maintained and it's a lot shorter. So it's more grassy rather than tree.
And on the left-hand side?
The fire hadn't reached down into the left-hand side.
Yes, but you indicated before that it had travelled some 10 metres.
Oh, that was only in grass though, so the flames aren't near as high.
Thank you. So after you made those observations, what did you do then?
Well, I went in and seen that they weren't home and their dogs were barking. They were still in the house. And then I ran straight back out and got in my ute and got home as quick as I could.
So just remind me how long you were in that area of the easement?
I would say from when I parked the car to when I seen the fire, ran into the house, got back in, probably only a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes.
And you drove home, and what did you do then?
Well, I got home as quick as I could to prepare my house because I had a feeling that it might be coming my way.
Did you at some stage return to the easement that afternoon?
I did, yes. Yeah, I returned back there I went home for probably 15 minutes, helped my son get the house prepared, and I raced straight back out there with the appropriate clothing on to see if I could make sure Chris and Danny's house was okay. And when I got there was already a fire truck there.
And what were the fire truck doing? Or what was the fire truck doing?
There was two. The fire truck was parked down in their driveway past their gate. They'd opened the gate and gone towards their house. And there were two firemen up above the fence in their yard. And there was one sort of near the truck there.
Can you see on that photograph that you were marking before where the fire people were, or the fire officers?
Oh, they were roughly on that, yeah, where you see the post that's in the corner of their yard. They were sort of probably just around out of the picture, sort of to the left-hand side of the bottom pole where that greenish bracken fern is.
And what were they doing?
Well, they had hoses out. They were there trying to protect Danny and Chris's house.
So they were hosing, were they hosing flames or were they hosing the house?
Oh, look, I'm not 100% sure what they were hosing. Like they were just there with the hose. Yeah, they were just there doing their job, I suppose. I don't know what they were hosing, but they would have been trying to put the bottom fringes of the fire out, I suppose.
Did you make any observations at that time as to the progression of the fire?
Oh, it had definitely progressed well a lot further over the hill, and it had gone a fair bit further.
So it had burned further up the hill?
Oh, definitely, yes.
Was it up to the second pole by that?
Well, I would have been way past the second pole by then.
And how far down the hill had it burnt?
Not a great deal further down the hill.
Had it burnt past the pole? The closest
The bottom,
pole, that is?
Yes, I'd say so.
And how far into the forest had it burned? Could you see?
On the left-hand side?
On the right-hand side?
Oh, I couldn't really see, but it had already gone over the crest of the hill.
And on the left-hand side?
It hadn't burnt back down much below the power line easement at all.
And at that time, did you see any areas of fire that were separate from the main fire ground, the main burnt area?
No.
I might, if I could, ask my instructing solicitor to play a video, that being the walkthrough. I think we'll skip straight to the third file. It's entitled S118003, if that assists. Now, Mr. O'Brien, we're going to play you your walkthrough, or a portion of your walkthrough. Can you indicate if, for some reason, it doesn't come up on your screen? We're hoping that it'll come up on your screen and you'll be able to see it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Now, the first
From
period of time... Mr. O'Brien, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Now, the first period of time is just travelling in the car. The only question I have in relation to this is if you could just make an observation and tell us whether you think that you might have been driving at roughly the speed that we can see there, or faster or slower.
I would have been going a lot faster.
Okay.
Was that coming out of your driveway?
Yes, that was just leaving the house, the first bit.
Perhaps if we skip the video forward to about 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I'll just pause the video there. Oh, when it gets around. Just a little bit further, please. Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, is that where you've parked the car there, roughly where you parked the car on the day?
It is, but I went down a bit further because the pole that's on the left that just went out of shot was shaking a fair bit and the lines were shaking, so I drove a bit further forward so I wouldn't be parked directly underneath the power line.
Okay. If I could just ask for the video to be played with the volume on from there.
guy next to an Oaks place, Danny, I can't think of his surname, he's got a funny surname, Danny and Chris, next to an Oaks.
Can you tell me what the address is here?
540 Reedy Swamp Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So this is where you've come to?
Yes.
On Sunday?
Yep.
Yep. And can you tell me what's happened then?
Probably parked right here. The gate was shut. Danny's gate was shut.
Okay.
As soon as I drove here, I looked up the hill. There was a fire somewhere up around that ant's nest, I'd say, like in between those two poles up the hill there.
Okay. So what is this?
the video there.
What you've got?
So, Mr Ubrine, that might be a clearer photograph than any photograph you were showed before.
Yep.
Is that the anthill we were speaking about?
Yes.
And are you able, using that photograph, to give an indication as to where you saw the flames?
Oh, it was in the approximation of that anthill. I can't give it any much more exact than that, but it was around about the area of the anthill there.
So you can't say whether it was above or below that anthill?
No, I can't really. No, I wouldn't. I just think it was in that area. I'm not 100% sure whether it was probably more above than below, I would say.
Thank you.
What's the timestamp of that?
For the record, that's at 4 minutes and 42, that shot of the anthill, Your Honour. We could resume playing the video. Perhaps go back 10
So
seconds.
you've got the first pole there.
Yes.
The track going up to the right.
Yes, yes.
And what is this?
In between those two poles up the hill there.
Okay. So what is this? So you've got the first pole there.
Yes.
There's the track going up to the right.
Yes, yes.
And just to the left of the track there's a
mound. Ant mound, yes. Yes. Well, somewhere in that vicinity, I'm not exactly sure if that was where, but in that general vicinity there, the fire was definitely up the hill above the house more.
Okay.
Sort of thing. And there was a little bit of it on the bottom side of the road, and that was getting fairly fierce, and probably had spread maybe 50 metres at the most into the bush on the top side of the road, on the right-hand side of that track.
Just ask for the video to be stopped.
So
Mr Ubrine, when you said there that the fire was getting fairly fierce, were you talking about the fire on the right-hand side or the left-hand side of the easement?
The right-hand side.
Thank you. It was just a point of clarification.
where that ants nest is,
Yes.
can you tell me what the fire was doing there?
Well, there was a little bit trickling on the left-hand side of the track, but the wind was howling and it was blowing embers, and the fire was going more on the right-hand side of the track.
Okay. And you said that the fire was about 50 metres into...
Oh, roughly, just taking a guess, yeah, I'd say that it had started taking hold of that top side of the track like reasonably well.
Into the timber, into the bushland?
Into the bushland, and it was blowing like really hard.
Can you tell me which way the wind was blowing from?
It was a sort of nor'wester or something like that.
Okay, and can you indicate where west-northwest it would be from here?
Yeah, well, it was coming from out here,
Okay,
so I was sort of heading in that general direction.
okay.
Sort of thing, yeah, mainly.
Probably as a point of reference, can you, from your perspective, where's north from here?
North to me, sort of that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the wind was coming from...
The wind was sort of coming from out through there, sort of, pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
And when you got here and you've seen this, what else?
Well, I opened the gate and I'd just run up the road and shouted out, and there was nobody home. Danny's car wasn't there, so I just jumped straight back in the ute and went straight back home to tell the young bloke to start getting things prepared around our house, because it looked like it was going to spread fast.
Okay.
So, yeah, and then I done stuff around the house. I rang 000 when I got home, which was 12:30.
Just while you're on that point, like we had a look at the phone there before,
Yes.
your permission, obviously.
Yes.
And we've got 000 call at 12:31.
Yes, yes, that'd be right, yes.
Can you tell me why you called 000 photos then?
Well, I didn't have the phone on me when I was here, and I just, because I was only in shorts and t-shirt and sandals, and I just called it then because I didn't know if anyone else, I didn't,
So it's
but
the
I
case
just
that you
thought
didn't
that
have
was the
your
best thing to do.
You didn't have your phone with you here?
No,
Was that
no.
back at the house?
Yeah, yes,
So you've driven back the way with us?
yes,
Came down.
driven back the way we came, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just with the fire that gone into the bush,
Yes.
how far down the hill had it come any further than the air's nest, or?
I don't think it was much below that telegraph. It may have been down as far as that telegraph pole or around that telegraph pole, but like I can't recall exactly. I just seen it was taken off and I was just in a bit of a panic and in a hurry to get back home and let someone know, sort of thing.
Yeah. So, to the best of your recollection, the fire was between the bottom telegraph pole
Yes.
and the next one up?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably closer to the bottom one than the top one, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And at that time, was there anyone here?
No.
No. So after you've gone home, you rang AAO and prepared things.
Yeah.
What have you done then? Have you gone-
I've driven back here, and the town fire brigade was here. In the Bega local fire brigade was here. Truck in the driveway, a couple of blokes up on the around that bracken fern area on the top side of his house there, and I'd sort of seen them. Well, I didn't talk to them. I just seen that they were here, and I thought, well, that's good. Danny's place is safe, and so I just got back home because I didn't want to
focusing on?
yeah, yeah.
All right. Just before we conclude the recording, is there anything else that
There's another tree across my road.
you want to cover? No? Is there
Oh, you might as well finish.
anything else you want to add to the video walkthrough before we conclude?
No, I don't. No, that's about all. That's
Okay.
all I say. Yeah.
All right, the time is now 12:59 a.m. Just before we conclude, are you certain about what the
Yeah, well, the sign's both on the gates. I think it's 5:40 and I'm 5:58. And I'm pretty certain that Danny and Chris is 5:40. Yeah.
Okay.
It's on the gate post at the front of the road. But yeah, pretty sure that's it.
No worries. All right. Yeah, as I said before, the time's now.
Here comes Danny now.
Well, it's 12 p.m. now, and we'll conclude the recording.
Thank you, Mr. Urine. Just two little things in relation to that video. The first is that you've told us before that the address was in fact 580 Reedy Swamp Road. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that you made the phone call to 000 before you left.
Yes, I did. Yeah, yes, I did.
I note the time you're on. I think those are my questions. It might be a convenient time.
Mr. O'Brien, we're going to break until 2 o'clock. Are you available after 2 o'clock?
Oh, well, yeah, I can be. I'll have to be, won't I?
Well, we'd like you to be.
Right.
Thank you. We'll see
Even
you.
though I've been waiting since 10, I suppose I can wait till 2.
Oh, well, while you wait, we do other things, so we're not doing nothing. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Right.
Thank you.
Just leave all that stuff here, mate. We're going to go for there or?
Thank you.
Your Honour, before I sit down, Mr Ubrahim, can you hear me?
Yes,
Now, there have been two sets of documents that you've looked at during the course of your evidence earlier. The first was a map.
yes,
That you've marked.
yep.
Can you hold that up for the screen, please? Yes, that's right. Just a bit higher, Mr Ubrahim. A bit more. Thank you. Now, Mr Ubrahim, could you please sign that document on the back and put today's date on it, which is the 5th of August. Your Honour, I propose to tender that document. The question is, does it need to come back here?
We'll get it back here. Number 6, this is the marking where Mr O'Brien's farm is.
Yes.
Where he lives. Right, that'll be Exhibit 6.
And Mr O'Brien, there's also the bundle of photographs.
Yes,
I'd propose, Your Honour, to tender those as one bundle.
Yes, the bundle will be Exhibit 7.
If you could sign again on the back of the last of those, Mr O'Brien, and put the date.
on the number 6.
The 6th photo, yes.
Yeah.
Exhibit 7, was it, Your Honour?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honour. Those are the matters I have for Mr O'Brien.
Thank you. Mr Sheeny.
Mr Ubrahim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Right. You marked on what's now Exhibit 6 the position of your house.
Yes.
On the aerial photo. Do we get another indication of your house relative to the position of the easement on page 57 of volume 1 of the court book? Do you have volume 1?
No, I don't have that.
Is there a officer there that can assist?
Mr O'Brien, is there a detective there with you?
No, he just went out for a sec. He said he'll be back in 2 secs.
Do you have is there a whole lot of volumes of folders there in the room?
No.
Okay. Maybe we'll come back to that, Mr Sheeny.
Sir, could I just get the timing of things a bit more accurately? In your supplementary statement, your second statement that is at tab 50, you clarified that you made the 000 phone call before you first drove over to the easement. Is that right?
Yes.
And is this the order of events? You got the call from your friend Morgan.
Yep.
And your phone records indicate that it came at about 12:27, that phone call, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And 4 minutes later, according to your phone records and the 000 phone records, you rang 000, is that right?
That's correct.
So can you help us with what you did in the 4-minute period between those two events?
I run around with my son getting buckets and things around the house out so he could fill them with water.
Right. And then, having made the 000 call, you made your way over to the easement.
That's correct.
Right. And is the detective back with you yet, sir? Is he?
No, he's not yet. He's on his way, I think. He's on his way now.
Yeah, page 50 in the court book.
Of the court.
Oh, if we put this page up on the screen for you, sir.
Right.
You see,
Yeah,
I think this is
I can see that, yeah,
I think this is a Google image, but is the red,
yeah.
does the red marker, red balloon indicate roughly the location of your house?
Yeah, just to the left of that,
Yep.
So the white square is the roof of your house?
that's correct.
And so the right-of-way that you share with Danny Ovenden
Yes,
is the road snaking its way towards the easement
yes, that's correct.
above the red balloon,
Yep, that's the road, yes.
and we can see Danny's place at the top of the photo.
Yes, yep, that's right.
In the easement there, or beside the
Yep.
easement. And so is that track?
Oh, Mr. Shinny, that's not,
Yeah.
that's not the top of the photo, the house is at the top of the photo.
Yeah, that might not be my finest work, Your Honour. I'm not sure how to.
That's really Swamp Road that weaves around the bottom of the tree line there.
No, that's my driveway that weaves around the bottom of the tree line.
Oh, good to know, thank you.
Yes. So your right-of-way effectively cuts across the easement at the bottom, at the low point of the easement,
Well, yes,
and then it continues on northwest of the easement and meets Reedy Swamp Road,
yes, that's correct.
which is seen in the sort of V-shaped.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
At the top of the photo. Is that right?
Yep.
And I think you've explained in your statement that it's a 300-metre trek from Reedy Swamp Road to the easement,
Roughly, yes. I don't know exactly, but around about that, I'd imagine.
and then about 1.5 k's or 1,500 metres
Yes,
from the easement
yes.
to your place. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's all I had, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Newton?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honour.
All right, Mr. Baroni, Ms. Johnston?
No, Your Honour.
Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Smythe, do you have any questions?
Yes, just a few points, Your Honour. Mr. Ubrine, can you hear me and see me?
Yes,
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, first of all, sir. I wonder if the video that you were showing could be brought up again? Sorry, just bear with us a minute, Mr. Ubrine. And just pardon me again, Mr. Ubrine, could you please take that to
Yep.
510? I just want you to have a look at some video of yourself, which is always a thrill, I know.
yeah.
And if you could just listen until I ask my friend solicitor to stop, if you could just start at 510, please.
Probably it spread maybe 50 metres at the most into the bush on the top side of the road.
Thank you, you could stop that, sorry, my note must have been inaccurate. Can you go back to about 5 minutes flat, and then we'll listen just to that 10 seconds? Thank you.
Up the hill above the house more,
Okay.
sort of thing. And there was a little bit of it on the bottom side of the road, and that was getting fairly fierce, and probably it spread maybe 50 metres at the most into the bush on the top side of the road, on the right-hand side of that track.
Okay. So where that ants nest is,
Yes.
can you tell me what the fire was doing there?
Well, there was a little bit trickling on the left-hand side of the track, but the wind was howling, and it was blowing embers, and the fire was going more on the right-hand side of the track.
Okay. And you said
Thank you. Just in that snippet there, Mr. Ubrine, I understood you to be telling police there that there was a front of about 50 metres, somewhat near the anthill that we've been discussing.
Right.
I thought I heard you tell my friend Mr. Mickelvet that there was a front of about 100 metres during your evidence this morning. Do you remember that?
Well, I do remember what I said this morning, yes, but yeah, I was probably indicating it was like 50 metres wide across the hill into the bush where you can't see, and the 100 to 150 to 200 or whatever I said this morning was more going up the hill rather than across the hill, if you understand what I'm saying.
I think I do, but unfortunately I'll have to test it a bit further. When you say that, when you told my friend this morning, or my colleague this morning, that it was 100 metres across, if you're looking up the easement, as you've described, where do we see that 100 metre measurement? Is that going to the right-hand side into the bush?
Yeah, yes, possibly would have been, yes.
And so I'm not criticising you, but just doing the best you can and considering the video and the evidence
Yes.
you had this morning, are you able to
Yes.
clarify for the court, was it 50 metres or was it 100 metres or was it some other figure?
I'm not exactly sure. It was a rough figure, 50 to 100. I couldn't say if it was 50 or 100, but it was somewhere around about that or in between that.
But do I understand you correctly that 100 was the maximum it was?
I think you're at cross purposes.
Um,
I thought, sorry, Mr. O'Brien, I thought Mr. O'Brien's evidence was that it was running lengthways 100 metres and going about 50 metres into the bush.
Ah, well.
yes, that was
that
what I was meaning, yes.
So I'm sorry if I've done you a disservice, but can I just clarify your evidence? It was going up the hill.
Up the easement.
Up the easement about 50 metres from the ants hill.
No, 100.
No, it was going across the easement. It would have been the bottom of the fire, I suppose you'd call it, would have been at least 50 metres wide, and it would have been like 100 to 150 metres long going up the hill.
Going up the hill. All right, thank you very much. I understand that now. The other question I had, sir, was in paragraph 18 of your first statement, you indicate that
Yes.
you've lived at your current address for about 20 years.
Yes,
And you say that you're accustomed to have 1 to 2 power outages a year. Do you recall that?
that's correct.
And you indicate that you're aware that at least one other of those power outages was caused by downed tree branches.
Yes,
Do you recall saying that?
yes.
Are you able to give the court any more detail about that event?
Oh, not really any more detail. It's just we often have power outages out in the bush where a branch has gone over the power line. So I haven't got really any more detail. It's just generally what happens.
No, perhaps I haven't expressed myself well. The incident that you've mentioned to police, the one incident you can think of where it was a branch falling into a line that caused a power outage at your place, just looking to that incident as its own incident, can you recall anything else about that you can tell the court?
No, not really. That's just, that line had definitely been down once in the 20 years that I've lived there. One other prior time, but I couldn't give you a date on it or anything. It's just, it has happened once before up that power line in the past.
In that same easement.
In that easement, yes.
And I'm sorry if this is repetitive, but can you give a rough date? Would it have been in the last 5 years or the last 10?
Oh, not really. It probably could have been 10 years ago, could have been 15, but I just remember it once being down in the 20 years that I've lived there.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions. Thank you for attending to them. Please, Your Honour.
Thanks.
Mr. McIntyre.
Just one matter. Mr. O'Brien, when you said 100 metres wide going up the hill, did you mean up the hill further into the forest, that is to the right of the easement, or up the hill going up the easement?
Well, I said 50 metres wide at the start, and it was running up the hill like 150 metres, I thought, is what I said.
So you were talking about the total distance the fire had run, as opposed to the width.
The first time I seen it, yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, for your time and your evidence. You're now excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do
Oh, sorry.
Your Honour, I call Peter Pullen. Your Honour will find his evidence, or his statement rather, at tab 53.
Thank you. Do we have any remote contact with whoever might be there to occupy the seat?
I'll just ask my instructing solicitor.
Can anybody hear us in Bega?
I can, Your Honour. Sorry.
Thank you. Could we have Mr. Pullen, please?
Yes, Your Honour. I'll just go and get him now.
Thanks very much.
Wonders of courtroom in Sydney.
Your Honour, I've got Peter Pullen here.
Thank you very much, officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Pullen. Just take a seat. All right. Mr. Pullen, can you hear and see us all right?
Yeah, I just have to get it turned up a little bit, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we need to speak into the microphone. All right, Mr. Pullen, my court officer will just have you sworn. Thank you.
Mr. Pullen, do you want to give an oath or an affirmation?
I do.
Okay, I'll read out the oath to you. Do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Pullen, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
Right. Can you see me in the screen? I'm waving my hand now.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll try and hunch over this microphone here, and that might assist. Is it any better now?
Yes, thank you.
Would you be able to position yourself a bit more to your right and a bit further back from the screen, Mr. Pullen?
I'm sorry, but I'll have to get the constable to make this louder.
Okay. Can you just call the constable?
You turn it up so you can't hear it. You can turn it a bit louder.
That's on full volume.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, you stop me at any time if you can't hear me, Mr. Pullen.
Yes.
Okay. Now, my name's Mickeltvet. I am junior counsel assisting the coroner with this inquiry into the fires that happened on the 18th of March 2018. Now, you have given a statement to police on the 20th of March 2018. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Mr. Pullen, you live... Is that your phone, Mr. Pullen?
Apparently. Okay.
Do you want to just answer that? And then turn it off?
I can...
Okay. It's Okay.
Excellent. So, Mr. Pullen, you live at 730 Reedy Swamp Road, is that right?
That's correct.
And as to the relative position of that location to the power line easement on Reedy Swamp Road, about how far is it?
From my residence to there, probably across country, probably 400 metres.
Okay. Now, is the detective there with you, Mr. Pullen?
Nobody's here.
Right. Can you call out to him? Hopefully he's got a map there that I can ask you to mark something on.
Yeah, he's coming now.
Now, Detective, are you there?
Yes.
I am.
Thank you very much. I wonder if you might show Mr. Pullen the map, the same map that you used with Mr. Ubrine. Not of course marked by Mr. Ubrine. I understand there should be some blank copies there.
He has that map now.
Excellent, thank you. Now, Mr. Pullen, could you assist us by marking on that map the location of your residence? If you could do that with an A.
Yes.
Would you hold that up to the screen, please? A bit higher, please. Higher up. Higher still, thank you very much. Okay, I think I see that. Thank you. So the X is where your address is, and then you've marked next to the X with an A, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Pullen, you're familiar with the power line easement that we've discussed just a moment ago?
Yeah, I've been driving past it for 28 years.
Right, so you've been living at the same place at 730 Reedy Swamp Road for 28 years?
That's correct.
Okay. If I could take you back to the 18th of March 2018, can you indicate to the court what you were doing that day prior to 1 p.m?
Yeah, I'd been out with my friend from overseas, and we were out at Brogo Dam, and then we were watching the water canoeing out there. Then we started to come home for lunch, and then on the way home, that's when I noticed the smoke on the side of the hill.
Right, okay, so you were driving home. At about what time were you driving home?
Probably a little before 1.
Okay, and where were you when you noticed the smoke?
Only probably 100 metres before Emma Road.
Okay, can I ask you to mark that location on a map with a B?
Yes.
And after that, where did you go? Oh, sorry. Can you hold that up for us, Mr. Pullen? Now you've gone too high. That's
No, just back up into the screen, thanks, Mr. Pullen. A bit lower, a lot lower.
about where your face is. That's right.
Lovely, thank you.
I think I see the B there. Yes. Thank you. And so you continued to drive. Which direction did you drive?
Say that again, please.
So where did you drive after that?
Towards my residence.
And which way is that?
That's going east.
Along Reedy Swamp Road?
Along Reedy Swamp Road, that's correct, sir.
Okay, and after you'd driven a little way along, did you see the smoke from any closer at some point?
I saw most of the smoke for the first probably 500 metre past B, and then it goes down the foot of the hill and then comes up the hill towards the power line easement. And it wasn't until I got up very close to the easement that I looked down the easement and looked at the fire.
Okay, when you say you looked down at the easement, did you stop your car or was it just while you were driving?
No, I stopped there and looked at the fire.
Did you get out of the car?
No, I didn't.
Could you please mark on the map where you were at the time you stopped your car? You were on the right-hand side of the car. Could you use a C to to mark that, please?
Yes, done that.
Could you hold that up again, please? Just at about your face level. Yes, I see that. Thank you, Mr. Pullen. Sorry, you were, at the time you've marked that C, in the driver's seat of your car, were you, or were you the passenger?
No, I was the driver.
And you looked to the right down the easement?
That's correct.
And what did you see there?
I saw a fire that was underneath the power line, a swirling mass of flame coming up the hill towards my car. The fire at this stage was probably around about 170, 80, 100 metre down the easement, coming up the hill in the easement.
So when you say 180 metres down the easement, do you mean from Reedy Swamp Road?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so can we just be specific, because I might have misheard you. When you said a distance before, could you repeat the distance away the fire was from where you were?
Probably about 100 metres.
Right. So did you say before 80 to 100 metres?
Yeah, well, 80 to 100 metre down the easement from the road.
Right. Now, Mr. Pullen, I might ask the detective to show you a photograph, and perhaps if my instructing solicitor can bring that up on the screen. This one.
Which one's that?
Well, the photograph will come up on the screen in a moment, and perhaps if the court officer, there are some copies there that might be handed.
For the record, which photograph is it?
Yes, well, it hasn't been marked yet, Your Honour.
I know, but where will I find it?
It's not yet in the brief, Your Honour. Now, do you have a hard copy of that photograph, Mr. Pullen?
No, he doesn't.
He should.
Oh. Is the officer there?
No, I don't.
No.
Could you ask whether the officer is there, Mr. Pullen?
Yeah. You there, boss? No. No, I'll have to go and chase them if you wish.
Is there a pile of photographs there at all that you can see? There he is. There he is.
Sorry, Detective, there should be
one moment and we'll have one.
Okay.
There's the photograph that the Crown sent me earlier.
Can you see the photograph on the screen? Right. Do you have that photograph in front of you now? Yep, that's the one.
Yes, that's Your Honour.
Okay, thank you. You're going to be asked about that photograph, Mr. Pullen.
Mr. Pullen, does that appear to be a photograph taken from above, looking down the easement from Reedy Swamp Road?
Yes, it is.
If I could ask you to mark with an A, with a D, your position at the time you were looking down the easement?
Maybe a C again? A C, because C is for...
Oh, that's right, the same position. Indebted, Your Honour. Well, it's marked now, so just to confuse matters. Okay. So that's your position, was it, Mr. Pullen, when you were looking down the easement?
Yes.
And now, can I ask you to mark with an E where you saw the fire when you looked down the easement?
Oh, just a moment. Just wait, Mr. Pullen, just wait. Are you wanting Mr. Pullen to mark the fire where it ended from his perspective?
Yes, so where was the fire, from your perspective, where was the nearest flame to you at the time you were in that location at D?
I mark it with an E, will I?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Pullen. Was the fire, what direction did the fire appear to be travelling at that time?
It was coming, it hadn't gone outside the parameters of the easement when I saw it, and it was coming up probably directly towards the car. It was coming uphill. That's quite steep just through there, and it was coming up the hill towards my vehicle.
And how high were the flames at that time?
They weren't. It was more of a swirling motion, the fire. They're probably a metre and a half tall, but it was more of the whole thing was swirling around in a big circle from the wind.
Right. Could you feel which direction the wind was blowing at that time? When you were in your car, did you have your window open? Should be the first question.
Oh, yeah. Well, I could feel the wind and I knew it was blowing towards my residence.
And which direction was that?
Going in an easterly direction.
Okay. Now, returning to the fire in the easement, could you tell how far down the hill the fire went?
No, because it dropped over the hill. I could see the top of the fire quite adequately where I was, but as far as looking back down the easement, we couldn't see because of the existing fire there, how far down it was.
Right. And
so I don't actually know how far down the easement the fire was, if it was down there.
And you said before you couldn't see any fire that had left the easement, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you see any smoke on either side of the easement coming from the forest?
Not to my knowledge, I did not.
Now, at the time you were there, did you see any other people or cars around?
No, I was the only person on the road at the time.
And how long did you remain at the top of the easement watching the flames?
Probably a maximum of 30 seconds at the most. Not long.
And what did you do after that?
I said to my passenger, I better get home because it's travelling towards my place, our place, and then I took off at the rate of knots.
So you drove away further to the east, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you see the fire again at any point in your journey?
Yes, I did.
If you could return to the map, can you indicate for us where you were at the time you saw the fire again?
That'll be B2.
Yes.
What letter would you like?
B, and put the number 2 next to it.
Yes, okay.
Is it a C or a B?
A C, I got C there. You want a B?
I want B. Thank you.
Yep. That's done.
Thank you. Yep. So it's quite close to your home.
Yes, the driveway's 2 kilometres long, and it comes back. You can see a track coming back down towards the river, and then it drops down onto the house. So my drive is 2 kilometres long.
So, Mr Pullen, are you able to indicate as the crow flies how far away those flames or that fire was from the fire you saw in the easement?
Well, by the time I got up to my driveway entrance off Reedy Swamp Road and came down the drive, which was, say, 1.5 kilometres, I looked across to my right and I could see smoke and flames across the way before I turned slightly left and down the driveway down to the house that's on the river.
When you say 1.5 kilometres, do you mean that's the distance that you drove in your car, or as the crow
Yes, I
flies?
drove my car from the top of Reedy Swamp Road in my drive down to where I saw the fire again is 1.5 kilometres.
Right. So as the crow flies, it might have been some smaller distance, but...
Yeah, from where C is, when I looked at the fire, across to where I saw it again across country, is not very far at all, like it's measured in metres. It travelled that quick.
Thank you. And how long did that trip take you to drive?
I'd say the rate I was going around about 5 to 8 minutes at the most. 5 to 8 minutes.
And what did you do once you returned home?
Once I returned home, I attempted to help my wife start the fire pumps and get the hoses out, which I had ready in case of a fire.
And you managed to hold the fire and your house was safe?
Sorry, I missed that.
And you managed to hold the fire, is that right?
Yeah, well, I came across above the house, once the fire got up on top of the ridge, it was going very fast, and then it came across the ridge, took out a shed of mine with two vehicles and a boat, and then continued along in an easterly direction, mainly up on the top of the hill. And then from the time it left my property until it got down further towards Tathra was very short, like 15, 20 minutes. It left my property and was down at Thompson's, ready to drop down into Tathra. It was blowing that hard.
Could you see
the
that?
vortexes in the air weren't helping either. I've got a photo at home of vortex in the air taking the fire, and it was just jumping from hill to hill up near home.
Right. And so you could see the fire travelling down towards Thompson's Drive and Tathra?
Yes, on top of the hill, I could see it all the way down from my residence.
Right. Could you see the fire cross the Bega River?
That was further down at Blackfellows. That was, I understand, if I can recall, may have been the next day when it jumped over down at Blackfellows, jumped the river.
Okay. Mr. Pullen, could you please take the map that you marked before and sign your name on the rear of the map? Could you turn it over and sign it on the back? And could you please put today's date, which is the 5th of August?
Thank you. Did you wish to ask Mr Pullen to, with X's, indicate where the fire was when he was in position at C2, B2, sorry?
I can see the utility in that. Mr Pullen, Her Honour has suggested that we ask you to mark with 2 X's the range of the fire at the time you were at, well, I think we called it B2.
You know when you were at your driveway?
Yes.
And you saw the fire again. We want to know where it was, where the fire was. If you can mark that area with X's that you saw. Well, quite close.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think you did a very good job to hold that fire, Mr Pullen. If we could also ask you to sign the other document that you have marked in the same way on the rear of the document. While that's occurring, Your Honour, I might tender the first map.
Thanks, Mr. It's the 5th of August, not the 6th. It's the 5 August. You got the date wrong. All right, the road map will be Exhibit 8, and the map showing the easement, the photograph of the easement will be Exhibit 9.
Got no further questions for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Pullen.
Mr Cheney, do you have any questions?
Just a couple, Your Honour. Mr Pullen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, okay.
So the events you've just described must have been extremely traumatic for you?
Well, the only thing about the whole thing was that I couldn't tell anybody in Tarthra it was coming.
Yeah, including your wife at home, I gather.
Yeah, but yeah, true. Yes.
And as you tell us colourfully in paragraph 10 of your affidavit, of your statement, you were in a situation where you were driving home to where your wife was and you had the fire up your bum. You see that in paragraph 10?
Yeah.
So you could you see the fire through your rear vision mirror?
Yes, I could see it.
And you had your brother-in-law, David, with you in the car?
Yes.
He was visiting from Wales?
That's correct.
And you and he had been earlier that day for a drive to Brogo and then Bega? Is that right?
That's correct.
Were you showing him around? Is that the purpose?
Basically, yes.
And you've described the events as happening at about 1 p.m, or thereabouts, I think. Is it possible it was a bit earlier, the events you've just described, and closer to 12:30 p.m?
It is a possibility. I don't normally worry about the timing, and I don't carry a watch, and I did not look at the time to be exact.
Is it?
I knew it was lunchtime.
Were you heading home for lunch?
That's correct.
And you marked a number of locations on what's now Exhibit 8, the aerial photograph, a bit earlier.
Yes.
You've already been through that exercise with the police when you made your statement, have you not? That is, marking the various locations that you were at the time?
Yes.
And we see that marked up aerial photograph that you did for the police at page 1928. Do you have that, sir, the photo that's next to your statement?
No.
Can you give the officer a call, Mr. Pullen? We'll ask him to get the photograph for you.
Which photograph's that, Your Honour?
Thanks, officer. Have you got volume 5 of the brief of evidence there?
I'll just get it, Your Honour.
Thank you.
I do, Your Honour.
Thank you. Can you just go to page 1928? It's behind tab 53, or it's actually the last page before tab 54.
I'm just giving Mr. Pullen a map signed by Peter Pullen, identified as being the 20th of March 2018. And we just wanted to take your senior constable aware.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Pullen, do you recall marking up this map for the police a couple of days after the fire?
Yes, I do.
And just as you've done today, you marked firstly and numbered 1, the point, the intersection of Emma Road and Reedy Swamp Road, where you first spotted the smoke.
Yes.
And then, as the arrowhead indicates, you headed east along Reedy Swamp Road towards your place.
Yes.
And you see you've marked a number 2 in the easement and a number 3 above Reedy Swamp Road opposite the easement.
Yes.
And you see you've got the arrowhead pointing at Watkins' property. See that? You've written the word Watkins' property.
That's correct.
And that's indicating the house that's more or less directly opposite the easement on the other side of the road that used to be owned by John Watkins.
That's correct, yes.
And you see with the 3, you've recorded, you put an X and labelled it 3.
Yes.
And in your statement, you explain that's where you parked your car opposite the easement.
Yes, on the road.
Whereas I think when you marked up the aerial photograph of the easement today, that's become Exhibit 9, you labelled it with a D for Donna, where you said you were standing when you were looking at the easement.
Yes, at the...
I'm sorry, I think I said standing. You said you were in the car. You didn't get out of the car and you looked down the easement and saw the fire at point E. Do you remember marking that Exhibit 9, the aerial photograph of the easement, this morning or this afternoon?
On this one where it's got an X and a 3 at the top of the easement on Reedy Swamp Road.
I'm sorry, sir. No, I'm asking you about the aerial photograph that you marked this afternoon.
Right.
The aerial photograph of the easement. You marked it with a D and an E. Have you got that photo with you there still?
No.
It's the thing you marked up in the...
One of those ones that you signed.
Yeah, yes, I'm with you with the other. Yep, I'm looking at the wrong one.
And when you marked the D on that aerial photograph, you had the car positioned in the easement on the southern side of Reedy Swamp Road. See that?
I was positioned on Reedy Swamp Road, looking down the easement on the right-hand side.
Yes, but you pulled the car over to the left of Reedy Swamp Road, didn't you? On your route home, you pulled it over to the... Sorry?
I probably may have been in the centre or to about the centre of the road, I presume. There's not a very wide road. I could see everything.
What I'm suggesting, sir, is you didn't drive the car into the easement for the purpose of looking at the fire. Rather, you pulled over more or less in front of old John Watkins' house on the left-hand side of Reedy Swamp Road in the direction you were travelling. Would that be fair?
I parked my car in that photo. You can see at the top roof of his house, well, where the easement comes up onto Reedy Swamp Road. I parked opposite the easement, looking down the easement from Reedy Swamp Road. I didn't stop outside his house.
I see. But you parked opposite the easement, not in it.
Well, you can't park in it, Ed. You'd be going over the side of the cliff. Over the side, you can't get over there.
So I'm just wondering what you were indicating with the D that you marked the aerial photograph with a bit earlier today. Do you need to reposition the D if it's to indicate where you were parked?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing at the moment, sir? Or?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Can you hold it up near your face again for us so we can get a...
Bit hard to see now.
Oh, yeah, okay, so you've shifted the D across to the other side of the road? To the northern side of... Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hold that back up for us again, sir? I'm sorry. Do you have the... If I hold this up, can you see it?
Put it on screen, thanks.
Can you put up Exhibit 9 on the screen? We're just getting a photo put up on the screen for you, Mr. Pullen.
You're looking at different photographs. He just held up the photograph with the road. You're holding up the photograph with the easement.
Yes, I thought that's what he was marking up, but...
All right. Can you...
Right.
Can we put that back up? Oh, we have... So you've got a hard copy of that photograph with you there.
Yes, I have.
And you earlier in the afternoon marked that photograph with a D to indicate where your car was parked when you were looking at the fire in the easement.
Yeah, it's marked with a B. I've marked it with a B. And the car would have been behind that tree which overshadows the road.
I'm sorry, I missed the last one. So could you just hold that up in... And what I'm suggesting to you, sir, is didn't you park the car, pull the car over on the side of Reedy Swamp Road on the left-hand side as you made your way past the easement?
I would have been on the middle of the road, not particularly to the left or right. It's a fairly narrow road, and I presume and I think that I would have been in the middle of the road, opposite the easement.
I'll leave it at that.
When you're in that position, how many power poles can you see looking down the easement?
Probably about 2.
And in relation to where you've got E showing that the end of the flames area, are you able to say where that was it between those 2 power poles or in front of the the first power pole that comes to your vision?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean.
All right. In terms of where the flames were that ended was there a power pole between you and the end of the flame?
No, there was not. Not that I'm aware, there was not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Newton, do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honour. Just, Mr. Pullen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You gave some evidence in answer to questions from counsel assisting about your observations of the fire travelling towards Tathra. Do you recall those questions and your answers?
Yeah. I think I remember them all.
Well, as I understand your evidence from your house, you can see towards Tarthra, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We can see the top of Thompson's Road from my home down the river to the top of the ridge, which is Thompson's, and then it drops down into Tarthra.
And as I understand your evidence, you were able to see the fire reach that ridge where Thompson's Road is that correct?
That's correct.
And that happened in quite quickly after your experience with the fire on the driveway coming into your property, is that right?
Yes, once I realised that the bulk of the fire had moved past the ridge onto the going east, we sat on the veranda and just watched it jump across to the next ridge, which was a house of our neighbours that burnt down. It went up in a bit of black smoke, and then very, very quickly went east and then went down onto Thompson's Ridge. Didn't take long at all.
So from what you could observe, the fire was jumping from ridge to ridge across the valley.
Well, it was spotting from spot to spot. It was, yeah, up my end, it was spotting from my place across to the ridge where Harrison's house got burnt down, and a vortex, big whirly vortex. I've got a picture of it at home or in the car, and of it going across the top of the hill east.
And when you describe the ridge where Thompson's is, that's on the south side of the Bega River, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, but the river swings around. I'm on the northern side of the river, but Thompson's is on the southern side.
So what you observed was that the fire, in a relatively short period of time, had travelled from your side of the river, the northern side of the river, to the southern side of the river where Thompson's Drive is.
Yeah, in a very short time, that's correct.
And do you recall you gave some evidence about the fire spotting the following day across the river?
Yeah, yes, I remember that.
So were you talking about something, just to clarify that, you did see the fire had spotted across the river that you observed on that first afternoon?
Yeah, I only observed the smoke. I couldn't further down the river where the helicopters were bombing it in Blackfellows.
Then coming back to, actually no, I withdraw that. Your Honour, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in court too have any questions?
No.
No, Your Honour.
Okay. Mr. Goodman? Thank you. Mr. Smythe?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. McAfee? It's done.
Just one very small matter, Mr. Pullen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you have that diagram that you marked up for police the first time? So when you gave your statement?
Yes.
You have there marked a 2, and just to clarify, in your statement at paragraph 8, you refer to that that number 2 as demarcating the place where you saw a whiff of smoke coming from for the first time. Is that right?
Yes, higher up on that, where that 2 is, the smoke was coming from, when I was at Emma Road, the smoke was up that end of the easement.
And so was that really just a guess as to where it might have been as you were driving along the road?
I don't know whether the question was that where the fire was, because that's where, when I was asked to mark that.
Yes.
I think it was where the fire was when I saw it.
So in the next paragraph of your statement, paragraph 9, you've indicated that you've also used the number 2 to demarcate where you saw the flames. Is that right? So if you look at the last sentence of paragraph 9 of your statement.
Right. I'll have to get it. I haven't got it in front of me.
Yeah. It's on page 2 of this statement, statement hand if you support.
Thank you.
Thanks, officer.
So what would you like to know, sir?
So in the last sentence of that paragraph, you say that you used the number 2 also to indicate where you saw the flames. Is that right?
I'm still trying. Just give me a minute. Yes, that's correct.
And you've said that by that time the flames were something in the order of 1.5 metres in height, or something around
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
That's the only issue I wish to raise.
Mr. Pullen, does anybody want to see the photograph? When you talked about taking a photograph showing the swirling fire, when was it that you took the photograph?
After the main fire had left my property.
Oh, I see.
And going across the ridge to the next property.
Okay, all right. That's fine. Thank you very much for your evidence and participation in the inquiry, Mr. Pullen. You're now excused. We're very grateful. If you can,
thank you.
And can you ask the officer to come in so he can? Oh, there you are, officer. Can you? Those maps need to be.
Yes, I'll ask my instructing solicitor to liaise with the officer. I understand that some arrangements will be made to have them both scanned and emailed so they can be circulated to the parties as quickly as possible and also sent in original form.
Okay. So we've marked Mr. Pullen's diagrams as exhibits?
Exhibit 8 and 9.
Right. So, officer, just to let you know, the photograph of the easement is exhibit 8. No, sorry, the map of the road is exhibit 8 and the easement is exhibit 9.
So the easement is exhibit 9 and the first map shown to witness is exhibit 8?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honour, I'll get them scanned to the court.
Thanks very much.
Your Honour, is it suitable to have a quick adjournment? I've found another room where there's suitable AVL with a larger screen that may be able to assist the witnesses in giving evidence.
I think that might assist, Your Honour.
Yes. We'll adjourn for 5-10 minutes for you to do that and then we'll resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour.
I can see people moving now. It's all.
Mr. Dean, I understand that you are using a telephone for the purposes of your AVL?
No, I'm on a MacBook at the moment, and now I can see people moving. It seems to be working okay.
All right. Now, have you got access to Wi-Fi where you are?
Yes,
All right.
yes. I'm connected to a good Wi-Fi network. Yes.
We're going to arrange for the photographs that you need to see to be emailed to you. Are you able to open those up?
Yes, I think I could see them now on the screen. It seems to be working because I can see you, and I can. Yeah, it's all moving.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Lovely. All right. Thank you. You can be sworn in. Thank you.
Mr. Dean, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm the evidence that you shall give be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Dean, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm a barrister assisting the coroner in relation to this inquiry, which, as you would know, deals with the bushfires that occurred on the 18th of March 2018.
Yeah.
Now, at the moment, you're in Melbourne, are you?
Yes.
But at the time of the bushfire, you lived at 294 Vimy Ridge Road, is that right?
Vimy Ridge Road, yes. Yep.
Vimy Ridge Road.
Yep.
And on a regular basis, you travelled between that location and Bega, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
And that trip required you to travel on a regular basis past a house occupied by Mr. Daniel Somerville at 631 Reedy Swamp Road, is that right?
Yes.
Now, if we could go back to the 18th of March 2018, what had you been doing that morning / early afternoon?
So I was at a friend's place in Brogo, and I was on my way home. I'd been there the night, and I passed Daniel.
So if we just do this one step at a time.
Yeah.
At what time did you leave your friend's house?
I think it was. I'm not 100% sure. I can try and find the statement that I had because that might have a bit better of an idea, but it's been so long that at times are not.
No, look, I can understand that. Well, if we say, if you take it from me that in your statement you indicated that about 1 p.m. you were driving along Reedy Swamp Road, does that sound right?
Yes, it was early afternoon, yes.
And did you at some stage in that trip see smoke?
Yeah, I did. I saw smoke, just as I got to near Emma Road.
Right, if I can ask that a map be put up on the screen. Can you see that map, Mr. Dean?
Yep.
And are you able to make out where Emma Road is on that map?
It's a bit blurry when I zoom in. Trying to figure out where.
Well, if you see, if you see about,
it's the middle one running through.
Yes, is it a road towards the middle of the page, running south? If we shoot, well, running towards the bottom of the page towards the Bega River.
Just point it out, will you? On there with the cursor. Can you see the cursor?
Yes. I believe that is Emma Road. Yes.
Okay, and Reedy Swamp Road is the road that runs perpendicular to that?
Yes.
and you were driving along Reedy Swamp Road at about the corner between Reedy Swamp Road and Emma Road when you saw
see that sort of sharp turn just after Emma Road?
Yes.
That's where I passed Somerville, and I saw the smoke just before that near Emma Road.
So as you drive along Emma Road, how far after Emma Road is that turn to the right?
It's probably maybe 500 metres.
Okay, and you passed a vehicle containing Daniel Somerville, is that right?
Yes.
What did you do then?
So I stopped and I chatted to him and asked him, where the smoke was coming from, and he was getting out of his place because it was straight across the road from his place. And he said that I might not be able to get home, so we both went back to his place to get, as much stuff as we could out of his place, including his dog. And then the fireys turned up shortly after that.
So he said he was leaving his place because the fire was close to it, is that right?
Yes, it was straight across the road, yeah.
Okay, so and then you drove back to his house. Are you able to indicate how long after you saw him you drove back to his house?
It would have been maybe 10 minutes.
Right. And what happened once you arrived back at his house?
So we got everything we could that was important in the car, and then we waited there for a bit and just sort of watched it and just to see, if it was going to take off. It was gale force winds, so and we were there for maybe an hour. The fireys were there, and for a while they couldn't do much, but then they came over and said that we probably should leave.
Well, Mr. Dean, we'll just take that through one step at a time again. So you were driving towards the easement. Were you leading, or was Mr. Somerville leading?
I believe Somerville was.
Right. And when you look on that map, it's still on the screen for you?
Yes.
Is Mr. Somerville's house the house or the house that is shown in the clearing, or is it in the location of that clearing at the top of the easement?
It's the top of the easement on the other side of the road from where the fire started.
Right.
If you know what I mean. It's hard to see on this map because it's quite blurry.
Yes. As you were approaching Mr. Somerville's house, or indeed entering Mr. Somerville's house, did you make any observations of the fire?
Yes, it was in that sort of gully, and it was probably maybe, when I first saw it, maybe a 20-metre radius, and within probably 15 minutes it had gone up the hill and made it to the road.
By gully, do you mean the power line easement?
Yes.
Okay, can I ask that you be shown another photograph?
Yes.
Now, can you see that photograph?
Yep.
Is that a photograph taken from the air, or does it appear to be a photograph taken from the air showing the easement looking down from Reedy Swamp Road?
Yes, and that was the house that Somerville was renting in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes. Now, where were you approximately when you saw the fire?
The actual flames?
Yes.
Pretty much at the easement on the road.
Okay. So, do you mean to say directly across from the fire? Or,
yes.
Sorry, directly across from the easement on the road?
Yes, that was when I first saw the flames. I saw the smoke from a fair bit further away, But yeah, that's when I first saw the flames.
And is Mr Somerville's driveway further east along the road from the easement in the bottom
yes.
corner of the image?
Yeah. Yes, that's his driveway, yes.
Now, did you stop and have a look at the fire in the easement before you went into Mr Somerville's house?
Well, you could see it from his house. So I drove my car in, parked just in front of the easement, and we sort of watched after we'd got everything and his dog and everything in the car, and yeah, we were ready to go and watching it from his driveway.
Okay. And at that time, where approximately was the fire that you could see?
It was midway, well, probably 3/4 of the way down the easement, away from Somerville's house.
Okay, so can you see in that photograph there are some telegraph poles in the easement? There are three, well, there's actually several, but you can see three reasonably clearly. Can you say where the fire was in relation to those poles?
It's quite blurry, but there's one that's sort of, it's almost directly in the centre of the image.
Is that the first easement, the first telegraph pole you can see, or the second?
I can't actually quite make out the telegraph poles. It's very blurry.
I think.
If you want to put your pointer there, I can tell you.
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
the pointer is
that
now
one.
on the first.
Yeah. Yes, that one.
That's the one.
That's where I could see the flames. Yes.
And you could see flames.
Yes, and they were on the left side of that image, coming up that hill, because that was the way the wind was going.
Right. And how high were the flames at that time?
When I first saw them, they were almost at the treetops. Within 15 minutes, it was on the road, all through the treetops, and yeah.
When you say all through the treetops, do you mean the treetops on the left of the easement, the right of the easement, or?
On the left, yeah. The right was a bit slower to burn because the wind was blowing very much in the direction of east, sort of, yeah. Pretty much.
And so, did you watch the fire the whole time you were standing there, the 10 to 15 minutes you're talking about?
Yes, until it crossed the road, and then we got out.
And during that 10 to 15 minutes, what direction, did the fire travel further into the forest?
It went from where your pointer was, where that telegraph pole was, and pretty much that entire left side of the image from where that telegraph pole is to the road went up in 15 minutes and crossed the road, just on the left of Somerville's driveway.
Right. And after 15 minutes or so, the fire had reached the road, is that right?
Yes.
And then, can you indicate what happened?
Then I left. The fires were there. They couldn't do much. There was just, 2 4-wheel drives and one truck.
Okay.
Where
was the fire at the time the fireys arrived?
It was starting to come up that hill into that forest on the left.
Are you able to?
They arrived very shortly after I arrived. They saw it pretty, not probably 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes after I saw it.
Right. So how far away from the road, roughly, was the fire when they arrived?
It was pretty much at the road.
Right.
By that point, yeah. Yeah, well, actually, no, it was at the road, yeah, no, it was by the time. I think there was one full drive came, like fiery, and it wasn't quite at the road, but by the time the truck came and they couldn't do, they weren't, they couldn't do anything really. It was very, very windy and it was coming across the road like the size of a bus, sort of fireballs.
Did you see them make any attempts at all to stop the fire, or was it just too big?
No, there was no chance. No, it was, I haven't experienced winds like that very often. And yeah, it was a fireball. There was no chance of stopping it in any way.
Now, could you see fire down in the easement towards or past that telegraph pole when you, sorry, I withdraw that. Going back to when you arrived and when you first looked down, could you see fire further down past that telegraph pole that you talked about before, or was that...
It was actually, that image seems like it's a fair while ago. It was a lot denser. I don't know when that image was taken, but I don't remember there being such a clear easement.
Yes.
I feel like it was overgrown quite a bit.
If you can take it from me that this photograph was taken after the fire.
Okay, that's why. Yeah, okay, that's why. Yeah.
And so when you say overgrown, can you describe what you mean by that?
Well, there wasn't much of an easement. It was pretty much just a bush, like bit of a gully running through there with some power poles and some lines.
Right, so was there vegetation at the base of the power lines?
Yeah, it was very, they were pretty much running through treetops, yes.
So how close to the treetops were, close to the power lines were the treetops?
I mean, you couldn't really, it was almost, you couldn't really see the power lines. There wasn't much of a clearing.
Are you referring to the state of the trees at the top of the easement towards where you are, or further down, or?
Well, I've never walked down the easement, so it seemed to get thicker and thicker the further down the easement. The top of the easement sort of was a bit clearer, but the further down, and you couldn't sort of see much from the road. It was, and I hadn't paid much attention to it, obviously, because, I drive there every day, and it's just, it's not really something that I look at.
But you said before that where you saw fire, it appeared to be something in the order of 20 metres in radius.
Yeah, in probably, maybe even less. So it's really hard to say. It is really hard to say. It was a long time ago, and I was pretty, in a panicked state, knowing it was heading straight for my dad's property.
The witness being shown the document at page 2046 of the brief behind his statement. Does he have his statement? I don't know. If it's not clear. Yes. Mr. Dean, do you have a copy of your statement with you?
I was just trying to open it on my phone. I did print it out, but I can't find it. Yep, there you go. I found it.
Could you open that and turn to the image at the back of your statement?
Yep.
So, for Your Honour, that's behind...
I have it.
Thank you, Your Honour. Now, you've circled, have you, on that easement, Mr Somerville's house, or on that photograph, rather?
Yes, that's... So, I've got that up there. That little circle's Somerville's house. The smaller circle was when I first saw it. The bigger circle was when I left, when it was crossing the road.
Just to take that again one step at a time, the easement is running up towards Mr Somerville's house, and there is a cylindrical slash tubular style shape, round shape, that has some cross-hatching.
Yes.
And are the words there, where I first saw flames?
Yes. Yes. And then it's when I left.
So does that diagram represent the flames or what you perceived to be the fire at the time you arrived at the easement?
That was what that was what I perceived to be, you know, what was on fire at the time. That was the size of it. And as you can see from the photo, there's not much of an easement. It's quite overgrown.
And what does the larger shape represent?
That's when I left Somerville's house, and that's when it was crossing the road.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Did you go back to your father's place after you left?
The next day, yes, I was the first person to drive through that road, Reedy Swamp to Goats Knob. I saw the fireys just at the sort of entrance to Goats Knob Road, and they said that's as far as they'd gone, that they didn't advise me to keep going, but I wanted to know if Dad's house was still there. So, yes, I drove through that road, and I was the first one to drive through that road.
The day that you left with Mr. Somerville, did you go back towards Emma Road that way?
Yes, I stayed at a friend's place on Emma Road.
Okay. Did you phone your dad from Mr. Somerville's place?
Yes, that was the first thing I did to make sure he was either there or prepared, or because I knew it was going straight for his house.
Do you have a record of when that phone call was made?
No, I've had 2 phones since then. I have no idea.
Okay, all right. Mr. Cheney.
Mr. Dean, can you see me?
Who am I talking to?
If you keep talking, the camera will eventually get to you, I think, Mr. Cheney.
There's a bit of a lag.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
You gave the statement to police in November of 2018, about 8 months after the fire. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure. Do you have a copy of the statement with you?
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at now. Yeah.
Yeah. And do you have a copy of your annexure to the statement, the aerial photo, with you, or are you relying on looking?
Yeah. I've got that.
You're looking on your phone, I see.
Yeah.
Right. You'd agree that when you marked up the photo that's next to your statement in November of 2018, about 8 months after the fire, your recollection of things was better than it is today?
Yeah, it was still not great. Like, because I didn't see a huge amount. Like, I saw it when it was a small fire, and then I sort of watched it take off and could see, you know, houses go up and gas bottles go up and stuff. And then I drove home the next day, and that was sort of, you know, that was about it. Like, there wasn't, I don't really know what more I can say than, yeah. Yeah.
And so you explain in your statement that on that day at about 1 p.m. you were making your way home from Brogo?
Yes.
And that's 16 kilometres north of Bega?
Yes.
You explain. I gather you were heading east along Reedy Swamp Road when you passed Somerville going the other way? Is that right?
Yeah, towards, like, the McGregor area, yeah. Like, if you were going towards, because it goes all the way out to McGregor, that road, if you follow it and go, so yes, east, yes.
And so is this a situation, sometime after 1 p.m, you're heading east along Reedy Swamp Road and you pass your mate Somerville going the other direction?
Yep.
You do a Yui and go and catch up with him, is that right?
Yeah, well, we just stop and I say, fuck, is that smoke coming from your house? And he's like, no, it's just straight across the road. And I sort of said, oh, do you reckon I can get home? He's like, I probably wouldn't. And so then, yeah, we went straight back to his place pretty much after having a little chat. And yeah, just to get stuff out of his house and just to see what was going on and see if I could make it home. And I called Dad and, let him know what was going on. And then we got out and sort of just, listened to the news and...
So you and he, having done the UE to catch up with him, you have a discussion on Reedy Swamp Road and then decide to head back to his place towards the fire front. Is that right?
Yeah, to get his dog and his personal possessions out. Because, he freaked out a bit just straight up and left and didn't take sort of much. And so I, went back with him just to, see what was going on. And because we had no idea at the time, it wasn't very big. We just thought it might, no idea at the time.
And then I think you say in paragraph 7 of your statement that the discussion you had with Daniel when you met up with him on Reedy Swamp Road took place for about 10 to 15 minutes before you decided to drive back to Daniel's. Is that right?
Yeah, we had I do remember we had a bit of a conversation at the corner of Emma Road there, and we drove back there. Honestly, I don't know the time frame. I don't know.
But if you put it in a statement in November of 2018, about 8 months after the fire, it'd be pretty accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's probably more accurate than now.
So you have a 10 to 15 minute discussion with Daniel on the side of the road, and then
it would have been 5. I don't know.
Then decide to head back to his place to pick up the dog.
I don't know the times. I'm sorry. I actually have things to do, and I've been fucked around all day. I'm actually getting a bit fucking annoyed.
Oh, we're making you cranky, are we, Mr. Dean?
Yeah, because I got told 10 o'clock. I've been at work, and I've had to leave work early, and I don't know. I've been told 10 o'clock. I've been told 12 o'clock. I've been told 2 o'clock. I was supposed to be meeting someone at 3:30. I'm getting a bit fucking annoyed.
Bit annoyed about having to give evidence.
Get on with it, please. He's in lockdown in Melbourne. He's stressed, and let's get on with it, please.
There's nothing I can tell you. There isn't. It almost took out my dad's place, and it was fucking hard. And I can't tell you anything that's going to give you any information that's going to help you. Like, I feel like I'm in trouble. Like, I feel like I'm fucking in trouble or something.
You're not in trouble, Mr. Dean.
You see, you were taken to the photo that's next to your statement a bit earlier, the aerial photo of the easement.
Yeah, I can't see it. It's fucking blurry. Like, I'm fucking done with this. Like, fuck it.
Mr. Dean is now absent.
Your Honour, I should inform Your Honour that Mr. Dean is the subject of a subpoena to give evidence.
We'll try tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Mr. Dean. He can be guaranteed that he'll be the first witness. And can we all try and make 10 o'clock happen? Anything arising before I adjourn?
Just 3 matters of housekeeping, Your Honour. Yep. We received earlier this week a further statement from Mr. Fitzpatrick of Essential Energy that has been circulated to the parties. I'll, in due course, tender that so it's added to the brief of evidence. Can I inquire of those parties acting for National Parks and Wildlife and Bega Valley Shire Council whether they have provided to my instructing solicitors today any material consistent with what was raised on Monday?
Your Honour, Mr Baroni here on
Yes.
behalf of, my understanding is my instructing solicitor have filed and served a statement of Mr Henderson at some point today.
Okay, thank you. Ms Johnston?
No, Your Honour, it hasn't been served as yet, but Senior Counsel has been working on it this afternoon and we expect it will be served later today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. In terms of witnesses tomorrow, Mr Dean, Mr Hull, Mr Worley, Mr Sarrick, Mr Kelleher and possibly Mr Fitzpatrick.
Right. Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
All right, thank you. We'll adjourn till 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Although. Were you
If he was here in person, he wouldn't be walking out of the witness box in person. And I think...
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, that's right. Sorry? All right.
He wouldn't be doing